Good afternoon. Oops, it's too loud. Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East. Israel is still expecting an attack from Iran and Hezbollah at some point in the coming days, possibly tonight. So we will bring you the latest updates on what is going on. Right now you're seeing a live shot of the Israel-Lebanon border on the bottom and Tel Aviv on the top. So there are some indications that a attack might be very imminent. Or I don't know if very imminent might be redundant, imminent. So I will give you updates here, and we will see what happens. It is 8:15 p.m. Israel time. And I want to thank our moderators who are here. I really appreciate our mods for being here. We have Sabrina and Danny James, Ruth Krafasi, we also have over there on X Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. On Twitch we have Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And we have on Facebook, moderating over there. Charlotte Webb is moderating over there. Thank you, Charlotte. I appreciate it. Thank you to all of our mods in our various chat rooms. All right, I'm going to show you some updates here, if you just give me a moment. We are just starting up here. Oh, and thank you so much to Yo-Yo and AM and Shane Erickson for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So I wanted to show you this. Hang on a second here. Is there a, no, there isn't a White House press briefing going on right now. So this is from Barak Ravid. Barak Ravid says, White House spokesman John Kirby says the U.S. shares expectations that Iran and its proxies could attack Israel this week. Barak Ravid also reports Iran has taken significant preparatory steps in its missile and drone units, similar to those it had taken before the attack on Israel in April. Israeli and U.S. officials tell me. They stress, however, that Israel and the U.S. do not know the timing of the exact attack. Barak Ravid is a reporter in Israel. Israeli reporter, also does reporting for Axios and CNN. So those are concerning reports. In 12 minutes, the oh, I also want to mention this. I've seen this report in multiple places. Actually, do I have... I'm going to have to change that. I'm going to have to change that feed. I'm seeing multiple reports of this as well. PBS's Nick Schifrin reports that the White House announces the president called the leaders of the UK, France, Germany, and Italy this morning to discuss the situation in the Middle East and ongoing efforts to de-escalate tensions and reach a ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza. That certainly could be a call that's made when you think Iranian military action is imminent, if you call those 4 other leaders. I need to get the other shot up on the screen for you, which I'm going to do now. Oh, so what's going to happen, guys, is the Israeli army spokesman is going to give a statement, but it's going to be in Hebrew. So I'm not going to show that live, but what I'll tell you, I'll let you know what he says. N12 News Israel reports that he is going to say that there is no change in safety recommendations for people who live in Israel at this point. Now, I don't know for sure if he's going to say that, but N12 News Israel report that he was going to say that there's no change in safety recommendations at this point for people who live in Israel. I'm going to actually put up on the screen a second shot of the Israel-Lebanon border. That's the second shot of it up there. That's a second shot of the Israel-Lebanon border up there, right there. So we'll leave that up there. View 2 of border. So as soon as I see a translation of what the Israeli military spokesperson says, which I should be getting momentarily, I will pass that along to you. Hang on a second here. Why is this all weird? Sorry, I just got to fix something here on my end. By the way, real quick, I normally don't get into the minutia of the chat, but I accidentally timed somebody out earlier. And I tried to fix it. I don't know if fixing it worked. So, Hasselhoff, I hope you can chat again. That was just a mistake, and I'm not sure my fix actually worked. So, if it didn't, you may have to wait till tomorrow to chat. I hope that's not the case. But if you can, please post in the chat. Again, just a mistake. So I tried to fix it. I feel really bad about it. Anyways. Thanks, by the way, to Bobby Ginto for being a new member, and Don DeTallo, and the Silver Sergeant. Thanks for the gift membership, Silver Sergeant. Give me one moment, guys. So, in a moment, in about 5 minutes, the Israeli Defense Ministry spokesperson is supposed to give a update to the media. It's going to be in Hebrew. N12 News. Why is he posting this again? N12 News says he's going to say there's no change to the safety recommendations for Israeli citizens, but I don't know that that's definitely the case. Again, Barak Ravid, who is a respected reporter on Israel, he says that. He says that, first of all, he said, White House spokesman John Kirby says the U.S. shares Israel's expectations that Iran and its proxies could attack Israel this week. He also said Iran has taken significant preparatory steps in its missile and drone units, similar to those it had taken before the attack on Israel in April, Israeli and U.S. officials tell me. They stress, however, that Israel and the U.S. do not know the exact timing of the attack. And he also reported, one more report from Barak Ravid, he said, a senior Israeli official told me the Iranians openly signal on the ground their determination to carry out a significant attack, in addition to their public statements that the attack will exceed the one they carried out in April. Iranian public statements do not reflect any retreat. Oh, Hasselhoff is able to chat. Good, I feel better. Glad that got fixed. Let's see here. Debbie B, our viewer, says head games in the build-up for this attack. I am just checking. Oh, hold on a second. I just saw something here. The Washington Post says that an Israeli official said today that Israel's latest assessment was that Iran was planning another direct attack and that it could come imminently. That's from the Washington Post. As Faytux News pointed out, at Faytux, Faytuks, an account I follow, good account to follow for updates. Oh, hold on. So let me just make sure is. So hang on. The defense minister is speaking right now of Israel. Let me see if I can throw that on here real quick. I think he's speaking in Hebrew, so it's not going to be much of a help to us. But the defense minister of Israel is speaking right now. Sorry, not the defense minister. The defense spokesperson is speaking right now. So hang on a moment. Let me see what I can do here. Give it a moment. There he is. I may have. Okay. Can we hear him? Hold on. Yeah, so he's speaking in Hebrew. I'll try to get a translation for you.
אנחנו נמצאים בתוך מלחמה. אנחנו ערים לקשיים ולאי הוודאות המתעצמת בציבור, בייחוד בתקופת הקיץ, מול קייטנות, תוכניות משפחתיות.
The volume is as high as I can make it, I'm sorry.
כרגע אנחנו עוקבים בדריכות אחר תמונת המצב המבצעית. אנחנו נעדכן אתכם בתמונת המצב כשנדע וכשנוכל. נעדכן מוקדם ככל הניתן על מנת להתאים את ההנחיות לציבור. וזאת מבלי לתת לאויבינו יתרון מודיעיני או מבצעי. אנחנו עושים את כל המאמצים להכין אתכם מראש, ובכדי לאפשר המשך שגרה ככל הניתן לצד שמירה על דריכות ומוכנות. אנחנו נעדכן בכל שינוי במדיניות ההתגוננות בפלטפורמות של פיקוד העורף וצה"ל.
David says there are still no changes.
ובמהלך הימים הקרובים, בכדי לעדכן אתכם, לענות על שאלות ולשקף את תמונת המצב כפי שהיא, גם כאשר אין שינוי בהנחיות. אתמול, בשעות הצהריים, חוליית מחבלים רצחה אזרח ישראלי ופצעה אזרח נוסף, בפיגוע ירי מרכב חולף סמוך לצומת מחולה. אנחנו משתתפים בצער המשפחה ומאחלים החלמה מהירה לפצוע. כוחות צה"ל מבצעים מרדף אחר המחבלים. הרמטכ"ל הגיע במהלך הערב לזירת האירוע, בחן עם המפקדים את המאמצים והפעולות להגנה במזרח השומרון ובבקעת הירדן, ואת המאמצים לסיכול הטרור ולאיתור חוליית הירי. בעזה, כוחות אוגדה 98 נלחמים במרחב ח'אן יונס. הם מבצעים פשיטות ממוקדות נוכח מודיעין חדש על פעילות טרור במרחב, מעל ומתחת לקרקע. אמש, במהלך הקרבות שמנהלת האוגדה במרחב, נפל חייל צה"ל, סמל עומר גינזבורג, זיכרונו לברכה. ליבנו עם משפחתו, ואנחנו מלווים אותה. מזה 10 חודשים אנחנו נלחמים בעזה, ולרגע לא שוכחים את החטופות והחטופים המוחזקים באכזריות על ידי חמאס בעזה. אנחנו מוטרדים מאוד ממצבם הבריאותי והנפשי, נוכח הזמן הממושך שחלף ותנאי החזקתם הקשים. צה"ל וגופי הביטחון כולם.
News Before Everyone in Telegram says he is saying we are on high alert and we have increased patrols in the skies over Lebanon to detect threats and attack any threat we detect. Attack all the time and remove threats. There is no change in the directives of the Home Front Command. We make every effort to prepare you in advance and will keep you informed of any changes. That's according to News Before Everyone in Telegram.
זיכרון חורבן בתי המקדש בתשעה באב. פוגש השנה את צה"ל בלחימה רב-זירתית נחושה על ההבטחה לביטחון עבור כל אחת וכל אחד מאזרחי המדינה. שאלות.
ערב טוב, דנה ירקצי, כאן 11. ברשותך שתי שאלות. במידה ותזהו משגרים מוכנים לשיגור מיידי לעבר ישראל, האם תתקפו אותם עוד לפני הירי? ושאלה שנייה, בעקבות דיווחים על שינוי בכוננות של צה"ל בעקבות זיהוי תזוזות אצל חיזבאללה ואיראן, האם זה מעיד שאנחנו באמת קרובים יותר למתקפה?
אנחנו נעשה כל מה שצריך על מנת להגן על אזרחי מדינת ישראל, כל מה שצריך. עכשיו באשר לתזוזות ולדיווחים, אנחנו עוקבים כל הזמן מסביב לשעון. אנחנו לא עוקבים לבד, אנחנו עוקבים גם עם השותפים שלנו, בראשם ארצות הברית, שתגברה פה את האזור בנושאת מטוסים, בספינות וביחידות מבצעיות נוספות. אנחנו נמשיך לעקוב ונבצע את ההחלטות שלנו.
יואב אבן, חדשות ערוץ 12. האם להערכתך תהיה בכלל אזהרה מוקדמת לציבור הישראלי של כמה שעות כמו שהיה באפריל, או שצריך להיערך לאפשרות של אזעקה בהפתעה של 2 דקות לפני?
אני אענה. אני עולה פה הערב במיוחד בשביל הסוגיות האלה, והצורך גם לדבר עם הציבור ולהסביר את המצב המורכב. התפקיד שלנו, הוא לתת לציבור זמן התארגנות. זה התפקיד שלנו. אנחנו בודקים את הדבר הזה מסביב לשעון, עם האצבע על הדופק בהערכת מצב. לצד הדבר הזה, ישנם מצבים שבו נידרש לעשות אירוע מתפרץ ונעדכן את הציבור כמו שהתקנו, כמו שבציבור בצפון חווה מדי יום, לצורך העניין. ככל שאנחנו ניתן, ואנחנו נשאף לעשות את זה, ככל שניתן לתת התראה לציבור. בשביל זה אנחנו עוקבים אחרי המצב, בשביל זה למרות כל מיני דברים שנאמרו בשבועיים האחרונים, לא שינינו עדיין את ההנחיות של פיקוד העורף, ואנחנו נשנה אותם ברגע הנכון, בהתאמה נכונה, אל מול האתגר גם שיש לנו, המודיעיני והמבצעי מול האויבים שלנו.
ספיר לוי, i24 News, האם יש הערכה שאיראן תתקוף ב-24 השעות הקרובות?
אני אומר עוד פעם, אנחנו עוקבים אחרי מה שקורה ספציפית מול איראן. עם כל היכולות שלנו, אנחנו גם לא עוקבים לבד. עוקבים עם ארצות הברית ועם שותפים נוספים. אני לא מכיר את הערכה הזאת, ולא יודע להתייחס אליה באופן ספציפי, ואני עומד איתן, זה מה שאמרתי, אנחנו נעדכן את הציבור באופן מיידי, ואנחנו נשאף לתת התראה ככל שניתן, וזה התפקיד שלנו. וככל שנוכל לעשות את זה לפני כן, אנחנו נעשה זאת. בעניין של הדיווחים האלה אני מציע להיצמד, היו הרבה מאוד דיווחים בשבוע האחרון, להיצמד לזה שאנחנו מתחייבים במובן הזה לתת שינוי בהנחיות באופן מיידי אם נדרש.
שאלה שנייה,
So again, he has said, I can tell you that multiple reports say he has said that there is no change to the guidelines for civilians. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel said that the spokesperson who's speaking right now, Daniel Hagari, says there are still no changes to emergency guidelines for civilians, as reports have claimed that an Iranian attack on Israel is imminent. So he is saying that there is no change. Oh, there you go. Well, that's the end of that. Okay, so he said, again, the basic, I don't have everything he said, but he said that there's no change to the guidelines for civilians. If there is a change, they will certainly let civilians know. I'm going to wait and see because I'm going to get another shot up there on the screen, but are they going to go back to Tel Aviv or are they going to go... Give me a moment here. Let me see what they go to next. So I'll get a second shot up there for you in a second. I just want to see if they're going to show Tel Aviv. Because if they're going to show Tel Aviv, I'll put Tel Aviv up there. If not, I'll put another shot of the border up there. Nick Schifrin with PBS says, John Kirby of the National Security Council says there is a U.S. assessment that aligns with Israel's assessment. Israel is increasingly concerned about an attack by Iran and its proxies in the coming days. You know, we might want to just check out real quick. I might play for you. The White House is supposed to be doing a briefing And the White House might say, I would think the White House will say something about this. So I might throw that up there when that briefing starts, just to see the start of it. Let me just it's not up there yet. I'll keep an eye out for that.
Through the bus, we're heading to the airport.
Okay, I'm going to get the other shot up there of the border. I'm going to throw that up on the screen for you. That is view 2 of the border up there. I know it's kind of dark, that view 2 of the border, but it is the view 2 of the Israel-Lebanon border. Yeah, we'll do a poll in a second. Hold on a second. Oh, what I was going to mention before the spokesperson spoke, I was going to mention that Faytux News mentioned something about Wall Street Journal. Faytux News, who I follow on X at Faytux, Faytuks, said that and I'm looking at the Wall Street Journal article there now. The Wall Street Journal said that Israel put its military on high alert. Oh, I'm about to get the Tel Aviv shot back. Israel put its military on high alert for the first time this month. I don't know if that's the first time recently or the first time ever. It's a little confusing. After observing preparations by Iran and Hezbollah to carry out attacks, said a person familiar with the matter. And Israel doesn't know exactly when, if the attacks are imminent. AC says if Israel restricted people from going to work, needing to stay at home, etc., it would cause a much bigger financial negative effect. All of Israel could be still sitting in their bomb shelters 8 days later. AC says, here in Jerusalem and throughout other cities in Israel, we have been notified in how to be prepared, and everyone I know is already prepared. That includes non-perishable food, bottled water, emergency lighting, battery-operated radio, to have cash at home in case there is no money in ATMs and can't use credit cards, medications, etc. Hey, thank you so much for the update. AC, please stay safe there. And I am going to show you the Tel Aviv shot because I now have access to that one. If you give me a moment, I will put on the Tel Aviv shot. There is Tel Aviv. That is a live shot of Tel Aviv. You can see the traffic is moving in the lower left corner. So that is a live shot of Tel Aviv up at the top there. Where do I get the live cams? I buy them from Reuters and AFP. They are purchased from Reuters and AFP. Thank you so much to Justin King for the gift memberships. Thank you, Justin. Thank you also, B. Macker Quodale. B. Macker Quodale for your support from the UK. And thanks to everybody for tuning in. We are bringing you the latest updates here. Maybe we'll do a poll in the chat. All right, I'm posting a poll right now. Let's see what people are saying in our chat. Tonight is a Jewish holiday. It's a sad holiday, the holiday of Tisha B'Av, where Jewish people remember certain tragedies in Jewish history. So some of our viewers think Israel will attack then, Iran will attack then, but we do not know, of course. 47% of our YouTube viewers think the attack will be tonight. 25% say this week. 13% say later, and 16% say never. As for our Twitch viewers, %38 say tonight, 22% say this week, 9% say later, and 34% say never. Never? A bold prediction from a third of our Twitch viewers. I've probably got like 10 messages where people ask me about a Putin speech. I'm not aware Putin is making a speech. I have not seen any of the accounts I follow say Putin is making a speech. If somebody has some sort of actual reliable sourcing that Putin is making a speech, please let me know, because that's certainly interesting news. People were saying it on the chat last night. I have still not seen a single account I follow, or at least have seen today, or news outlet say he's making a speech. But people keep asking about it in the chat. And again, I have not seen any reporting on that. There was a Security Council meeting that he had today where I've seen some video clips from. I don't know if that was, for all I know, it was, I don't know if the whole thing was televised or they posted clips of it or what. Anyway, first of all, so I'm going to, again, over 40% of you in both chats think the attack will happen tonight, but over half of you think it won't happen tonight. We'll have to see what happens. Thank you for voting in the poll. I'm going to leave the poll. I'm going to remove it from the screen, but I will leave it up for another second. Then the sources that people are posting in the chat are not, they are not like well-known, reliable news sources. Thanks for voting in the poll. A quick thanks to Angry Tacos, for our member, and Harry Sound, and Up North. Thank you, Up North, for your support. Christopher Anderson, thank you for being a member. Yeah, PW360 said Putin spoke during a meeting with Security Council earlier today. That's what I had seen. Suki fan says if the retaliation is tonight, then the one Sky News Arabia source, which spoke of it first and every news source copied, is right. LOL. Well, they would be right. That wouldn't tell you, though. I mean, it wouldn't tell you about the quality of their evidence. It's certainly, Sky News Arabia said, 10 days ago that they had unnamed, I think, they had unnamed sources telling them that's when they believed it was going to be. So maybe they had really high quality sources. If they're right, it could also turn out that they had low quality sources and they just got lucky. So we'll have to just see. I'm just trying to get you some more information here. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I'm so stupid. I had the volume turned down on the audio or the video because we were listening to the Israeli spokesperson speak. So I should turn back the audio. I was like, why is it so quiet? Why was it so quiet? There's the audio for the big video of the Israel-Lebanon border. I'm going to read you an update here from Associated Press. White House says Iran could launch a strike on Israel this week, confirms Israeli intelligence assessment. The White House said today that it shares the Israeli intelligence assessment that Iran could launch a strike on Israel as soon as this week. National Security spokesman John Kirby told reporters that it is difficult to ascertain at this particular time if there's an attack by Iran or its proxies, what it could look like, but that the U.S. and its allies were preparing for a significant set of attacks. This comes after the Pentagon beefed up the U.S. military posture in the Middle East and after Biden held a call this morning with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK to coordinate their response to tensions in the region. Kirby said the president is confident we have the capability available to us to help defend Israel should it come to that. Nobody wants to see it come to that. The possibility of such an attack coming this week is a U.S. assessment as well as an Israeli assessment, Kirby said. Also, the Biden administration warned Iran of a swift and severe response if it... Oh, that's something different. I'm not going to get into that now. Biden administration warns Iran of swift and severe response if it ships ballistic missiles to Russia. That's a bit of a side story. There's some reporting out there suggesting that Iran might ship ballistic missiles to Russia to aid in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. A State Department spokesperson said that the possible transfer of Iranian missiles to Russia would be a dramatic escalation in Iran's support for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And just a reminder that the reason we are expecting attacks is a couple weeks ago, Israel assassinated, well, it's widely believed that Israel assassinated the political head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, Iran, while he was visiting Iran for the Iran president's inauguration and while he was staying in an Iranian government guest house. And just hours before that, Israel assassinated the top commander of Hezbollah, Fuad Shukr. And that was an airstrike in the suburbs of Beirut, Lebanon. And Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy group, Iranian-supported group in Lebanon. So we are expecting an attack from Iran and also from Hezbollah on Israel. Whether they're at the same time or different times, we do not know. Whether they will be at the same time or different times. In case you didn't see it, let me show you this from before. Reporter Barak Ravid says, Iran has taken significant preparatory steps in its missile and drone units, similar to those it had taken before the attack on Israel in April. Israeli and U.S. officials tell me. They stress, however, that Israel and the U.S. do not know the exact timing of the attack. Thanks to Debbie James for the gift membership. Thank you also to Firejack for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Firejack007. Thank you also to Saija from Europe. Thank you, Saija, who is somewhere in Europe. Thank you so much. Thanks also to our new member, What's Up Jet. And thank you, Suki Fan, for your support. Bob, our viewer, thinks Biden knows when it will be. You are looking at a shot of the Israeli-Lebanon border, and then the smaller shot is of Tel Aviv, Israel. Reuters reports, Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada urges Canadians to leave Lebanon, citing real risk of escalation. There is a real risk of escalation in the conflict between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah, and Canadians should leave Lebanon while possible because Ottawa may not be able to evacuate everyone if the situation worsens, Prime Minister Trudeau said today. He said, "We see that the risk of escalation is real, that challenges in the region are significant. We are making certain preparations to be able to support in the event that everything gets much, much worse, but the situation is so difficult that we may not be able to get all Canadians out." This is also something from last night. UK, France, and Germany ask Iran to refrain from attacks against Israel. The UK, France, and Germany, said Reuters, called on Iran and its allies to refrain from attacks against Israel that would further escalate tensions and jeopardize the chances of a ceasefire and the release of hostages, the leaders said in a joint statement released on Monday by the British government. The country said that fighting must end now and that all hostages still detained by Hamas must be released, adding that the people of Gaza need urgent and unfettered delivery and distribution of aid. One other quick thing I want to share, part of this article, Israel keeps up strikes in Gaza as fears of wider war grow. Reuters says, Israel has been braced for a major attack since last month when a missile killed 12 youngsters in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, and Israel responded by killing a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut. A day after that operation, Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, was assassinated in Tehran, Iran, drawing Iranian vows of retaliation against Israel. Our viewer, Jana Joel, says, seems like USA are going to defend Israel, in my opinion. It is 9:07 p.m. Israel time right now. Oh, you know what? There's a White House press briefing right now. Let me just throw this up for a second. Hang on a moment here. What is it live? Why is it not live on their site? I'm confused. Why is there a White House press briefing, but it's not on the actual White House YouTube? That's really strange. Are they rerunning it? That's odd. There's a White House press briefing going on, but it hasn't popped. It's not on the White House page. I'm limited into the number of feeds I can use at the same time. So usually they would show it on the White House page. I don't know why they're not. It's very, very odd. No, it started. I can see it. I can see it on Reuters. I can see. I'd rather. It's not important enough to me to do it right now to get rid of one of these two feeds. I'd rather have these two feeds up. So maybe when it's over, I can play you some of it. It's just I don't want to get rid of one of these two feeds to play it. Thank you, Nej Baliz from Slovenia. I appreciate you watching and your support, Nej Baliz. Also, thanks to our new member, JJ17. Thank you. Also, thanks to Jason Leela Lien, who says, you think they'd attack before Friday? Thursday they are meeting for talks on a ceasefire. Hamas said yesterday they might not go to those talks, by the way. Jason says they wouldn't want to be the last one seen as attacking the other side and risk bad press on derailment. Again, I don't know if those talks are going to happen because, thank you, Jason, I appreciate that. Yesterday, Hamas put out a statement which made it sound like that they're not going to show up to the talks. Although then I saw someone say after that they weren't supposed to show up anyway, so I'm not clear on that. But basically their statement said like, we're interested in we don't want any new negotiations or new proposals. Talk to us about the proposal that you proposed in July. That's basically what they said. I'll show you. I'll show you here. See, this is from yesterday, AP. Hamas wants plans for a deal instead of more talks. Hamas appeared to push back against resuming negotiations on Thursday on any new ceasefire proposals. In a statement, it urged the mediators, U.S., Egypt, and Qatar to submit a plan to implement what was agreed upon last month based on President Biden's proposal, instead of going to more rounds of negotiations or new proposals that provide cover for the occupation's aggression. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, guys, I have access to the White House press briefing, but they're not showing it on their website. So if I show it to you right now, I have to get rid of one of these two shots, and I don't want to do that. So I don't anticipate any huge new news, but maybe we can, after it's over, I can show you some clips of it or something. I just don't want to lose one of these two shots. I'm hearing about a new statement issued by the White House and European leaders. Is that true? Let's see. New statement, guys. New statement from the U.S., the U.K., France, Germany, and Italy on the Middle East. Here's the statement. We, the leaders of the U.S., the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and Italy, discussed the situation in the Middle East. We expressed our full support for ongoing efforts to de-escalate tensions and reach a ceasefire and hostage deal and release deal in Gaza. We endorsed the joint call from President Biden, President Sisi of Egypt, and Amir Tamim of Qatar to renew talks later this week with an aim to concluding the deal as soon as possible and stressed there is no further time to lose. All parties must live up to their responsibilities. In addition, unfettered delivery and distribution of aid is needed. We expressed our support for the defense of Israel against Iranian aggression and against attacks by Iran-backed terror groups. We called on Iran to stand down its ongoing threats of a military attack against Israel and discussed the serious consequences for regional security should an attack take place. That's what the statement says. President Biden talked to the leaders of those countries earlier today. Hey, thanks so much, Messiah, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Update from Idris Ali. So last night, the U.S. Armed Forces, the Secretary of Defense, ordered ordered that a guided missile submarine, I believe it is, head to the Middle East, head to the region, and also ordered that the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group accelerate its transit to the Central Command Area of Responsibility, which includes the Middle East. So Idris Ali, with Reuters, just reported the Lincoln Strike Group, the USS Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, is near the South China area and still could take over a week to arrive in the Middle East, officials say, so not exactly going to be in the region imminently. There already is a U.S. aircraft in the region. The Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group is already in the Middle East. So it's not like the U.S. does not. And originally, the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group was meant to replace it. Although last night, the announcement by Central Command was calling for the USS Lincoln's Carrier Strike Group to join the USS Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group. Josh, our viewer, thinks they won't even need it. Lionel Glitchy thinks 2 of them is overkill. Thank you, WMCK, our new member. We are bringing you the latest updates today. Guys, it's 9:17 p.m. Israel time. There's reporting suggesting that an attack by Iran could happen soon. Iran or Iran's proxies or both. But it's not clear. We don't know when it would happen. You can reach me on X at Lookner. Thank you also, Camu, for your support. Camu says, since Iran is waiting so long, at what point is it no longer retaliatory strike and it's Iran being aggressor? Well, I mean, I think even if Iran were to say strike in 2 weeks, I think it would be pretty clear that they would be doing it in response to the assassination. If they waited a year, I don't know. But, I mean, they can respond whenever they want and say it's for the assassination. Soleimani was assassinated, what, in 2020? If Iran were to commit some attack like next year and say, we're doing this because we feel we didn't respond enough to Soleimani's being killed, I think people might buy that that was just a delayed response. But who knows? You know, so, I mean, what you might be saying, Camu, is does the deterrence effect lessen if they wait too long? Maybe you're saying something like that. Well, obviously, if they wait for a year, there's not going to be a deterrence effect before that year because the thing wouldn't have happened yet. But remember, it's right now. It's now 13 days after the 2 assassinations. In April, it took 12 days after Israel struck an Iranian embassy building, consulate building in Syria. It took 12 days to respond, and now it's 13 days. So it's at this point it's not much different than it was in April, but we'll have to see. I appreciate it, Camu. Thank you so much, and thanks for the comment. Thanks to A to Z, our new member, also in Palm Tree Lover, and Vicky Freeman, our new member. Palm Tree Lover, so we have talked a number of times about what time the attack was in April, and I'm not positive, but I know there were explosions. So according to Wikipedia, I remember it was in the afternoon Eastern time. It was sometime in the afternoon Eastern time, so it was sometime at night Israel time. I don't have exact timing on like when everything happened, but I believe Wikipedia says there were explosions in Israel around like 2 a.m. Israel time, which would mean that it started before then. The dates given on the Wikipedia article are 13th to 14th April. So it may have started before midnight Israel time in terms of when Iran launched the things. But I don't have the exact timing. Some people said they saw a flash in Tel Aviv. I don't see anything being reported about anything happening in Tel Aviv. If you put a time code, in the chat, I can go back here and watch it myself and see what I see. Yeah, there's sound. There's sound. Sorry. Oh, I think that flash was a camera thing. Yeah, so one of the viewers put the time code in the chat. Thank you. I think it was a camera thing. It was like the whole screen got brighter for a second. I don't think that was actually what happened. I don't think something so bright happened that it lit up literally the whole city. I think it was some sort of my guess is it was some sort of camera thing. Yeah, people keep sending me this thing too. So Hamas made some claim. Hamas makes claims all the time, claiming that like they killed Israeli soldiers and they carried out certain operations, and very often they don't present evidence, and I believe quite often it turns out they're not true, because I know we've covered Hamas we've covered Gaza stuff in the past where Hamas makes these claims about killing all or injuring all these Israeli soldiers, and then I feel like I never hear about it again. So a Hamas official made some claim today that has not been, and I didn't even want to mention it because there's no evidence that's been presented for it. You know, Hamas also used to like claim that like these hostages died in Israeli military strikes against Hamas, and then they would not present any evidence for it. So here's the item some people have been mentioning. Joe Trusman, who's great, who I follow, he knows a lot about the Middle East, Joe Trusman. He says, Hamas spokesperson Abu al-Baida says in a statement that guards assigned to watch Israeli hostages shot and killed a captive and wounded 2 female hostages in 2 separate incidents. He blamed Israel for the shootings. He did not provide proof to support his claim. I mean, they make these claims like this. They've made these claims before that like, They regularly make claims that harm has befallen hostages and they blame Israel, and then they don't present evidence. So I don't lend that much credence at this point. It's just another one of those claims. Maybe it did happen. Certainly terrible if it did happen, but they make these claims frequently, and then and there's no evidence presented for it. So who knows if it's true? Thank you, Third Eye Psychology, for your support. And Camus. Thank you so much, Camus, for your support. I really appreciate that, Camus. And Hasta La Vista Adventures, thanks for being a member. And Incredible Fairy. Shortly after the light that was mentioned, there was a fast-moving light across the sky. About 1 minute later, it looked like a UFO. It says, Inedible Fairy. Once in a while with these cameras, you get some kind of fast-moving small light, which I don't know if it's a bug or something with the camera. If it's like a missile or something, you're going to hear about it. It's not going to be the case that like a drone or a missile gets fired or some like plane that's not supposed to be there. And we see it on the camera and nobody's reporting about it. So it'll be the case that it gets reported on if it's something like that. You know, last night we saw a flash in the distance on this big shot here, which looked like an airstrike in Lebanon, which can happen too. And that might not necessarily get reported on. But I mean, like if something streaks across, a small light streaks across the sky or something. We've also seen flares sometimes, and that looks different. It is 9:29 p.m. 9:29 p.m. Here's a summary of what the Israeli spokesperson said earlier from Reuters. Israel monitoring developments in Iran, but no change to home front guidelines. Israel is monitoring developments in Iran regarding a threatened strike against Israel, but the military has not changed its precautionary guidelines to the public, the Israeli military spokesperson said on Monday. We are following what is going on specifically with Iran with all our capabilities. We are also not following alone. We are following with the United States and our other partners, he said. Hagari said the military has not issued new safety guidelines to the public, but if needed would update the home front about any changes as quickly as possible. We take seriously the statements and remarks by our enemies, and therefore we are at peak preparedness for attack and defense, he said in a broadcast comments. Israel has been bracing for a possible attack by Iran and its proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon after a sharp escalation in tensions following a missile strike that killed 12 youngsters in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights on July 27th. In the wake of that attack, Israel killed a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut. A day later, the political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, was assassinated in Tehran, drawing vows of retaliation from Tehran. I have an update here from AP. U.S. beefs up posture in Middle East, warns an Iran-backed attack on Israel could come this week. AP says, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has ordered a guided missile submarine to the Middle East and is telling the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier strike group to sail more quickly to the area. As the U.S. today said it believes Iran or its proxies may launch a strike against Iran as soon as this week. The moves announced by the Defense Department last night come as the U.S. and other allies push for Israel and Hamas to achieve a ceasefire agreement that could help calm soaring tensions in the region, following the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut. Officials have been on the lookout for retaliatory strikes by both Iran and Hezbollah for the killings, and the U.S. has been beefing up its presence in the region. John Kirby, the White House national security spokesman, said Iran's response to the killings could be this week, but that it is difficult to ascertain at this particular time if there is an attack by Iran or its proxies, what it could look like. He said the U.S. and its allies were preparing for a significant set of attacks. The president is confident that we have the capability available to us to help defend Israel should it come to that, he said, adding, nobody wants to see it come to that. Major General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon's press secretary, said in a statement that Secretary of Defense Austin spoke with Israeli Defense Minister Gallant earlier in the day and reiterated America's commitment to take every possible step to defend Israel and noted the strengthening of U.S. military force posture and capabilities throughout the Middle East in light of escalating regional tensions. The USS Lincoln, aircraft carrier, which has been in the Asia-Pacific, had already been ordered to the region to replace the USS Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carrier strike group, which is scheduled to begin heading home from the Middle East. Last week, Austin said the Lincoln would arrive in the Central Command area by the end of the month. It wasn't clear yesterday what his latest order means or how much more quickly the Lincoln will stream to the Middle East. That carrier has F-35 fighter jets aboard, along with the F-A-18 fighter aircraft that are also on carriers. Ryder did not say how quickly the USS Georgia guided missile submarine would get to the region. He said Austin and Gallant also discussed Israel's military operations in Gaza and the importance of mitigating civilian harm. That's from Associated Press. Hey, thanks so much for your support from the UAE. Sebastian Pina, that's very nice of you. Thanks, Sebastian. Also, thanks Inedible Fairy for your support. In case you're wondering, planes are flying over Iran at the time. Planes are flying in the Middle East. I have not heard of any new airspace closures today. Planes are flying in and out of Tel Aviv. That one's about to land at Tel Aviv. That one looks like it's going to leave Tel Aviv. That one left Tel Aviv. That's from Flight Radar 24. Also, Faytux News at Faytux, F-A-Y-T-U-K-S, on X spotted this from Ryan Ayer. But I gotta find the announcement. Yeah, Faytux News at Faytux found that the Guardian reported that Ryanair is canceling all flights to and from Tel Aviv Ben Gurion International Airport from today and from tomorrow until August 26th due to operational restrictions which are beyond our control, they said. Again, that is from The Guardian via Faytux News. Thank you so much to Pete for your support. Could Iran organize some sort of ground invasion? We've gotten this question once in a while. I have not heard any military analyst say there might do a ground invasion. But a couple things. First of all, that would be incredibly provocative. That'd be one problem, is that would be a red line for Israel and its allies. Second of all, I don't know what the purpose of it would be, because I can't imagine they would be trying first of all, Iran is not on the border with Israel, by the way, so they'd have to go through like Syria or something, or Lebanon, which is problems in and of itself. But also, they're not going to they wouldn't, if they invaded to try to take over territory, that would be obviously the red line of all red lines. I would have to imagine that if Iran amassed some kind of big invading force in some country next to Israel, that would present a clear target for Israel and the U.S. and other partners. So now, if by invasion you're talking about something small scale, like what I could believe is more possible, is could they, as part of the attack, organize people to try to infiltrate across the border, like of the Lebanese border, or infiltrate Israel from the West Bank, and carry out some attacks, small groups or individuals. That I see as something more likely. I don't think that really doesn't seem like ground invasion would be the right term for that. But I mean, basically that's what, on a large scale, that's what October 7th was. It was people coming across the border for several hours, doing horrible things, and then going back. I know there was some stories a week ago or so suggesting that there was some concern that people might try to infiltrate from the West Bank. So who knows if they might organize something like that. But for those, even though I am not a military expert, I am confident in saying, for the reasons I gave you above, that there is no realistic chance of some large invasionary force by Iran moving into Israel. I'm guessing likely there's a high degree of chance that would be just a disaster for Iran, but I don't want to start opining on that without more military background. But just a reminder also about, reminds me I should show a map of the situation. So thank you for the question, and thanks for your support. Pete, thank you, Pete. I've also seen reports in the last couple of weeks that Israel was concerned about infiltrators trying to come across the border from Lebanon, in addition to the West Bank. So that's certainly, small scale infiltrations to conduct attacks. That from what I understand would be a concern of Israel's. Oopsie. Hold on, I gotta fix this. Yeah, so here's the map of the area. Hold on. So if you look here, Iran is hundreds and hundreds of miles away from Israel. Like, for example, that distance is about 630 miles. Which is also a reason that some, like the Institute for the Study of War, think that Iran might, if they attack Israel, that they might try to have a lot of drones and missiles launched from, say, Lebanon, which is right next to Israel, rather than launching drones and missiles from Iran. The drones from Iran take hours to get to Israel, as the Institute for the Study of War has said, and much easier to shoot down than if they're launched from, say, Lebanon, where they take minutes to get to Israel. They could also, Iran also has proxy forces in Syria, in Iraq. They also have the Houthis in Yemen. Thanks also to Geo for your support. Geo thinks the previous retaliation was unprecedented for something smaller. Yeah, that was the first time I believe Iran had launched a direct military strike on Israel. There's debate as to whether this was, I certainly think this was highly significant. Some people think Iran could claim it was not as big as the last provocation, because in the last provocation, Israel actually killed Iranians, whereas in this provocation, they killed, presumably, Haniyeh, who was not Iranian, although it was in Tehran. It was certainly a major, major provocation. I'm just saying that there's some debate out there about which Iran would think is more serious. But they very well might think this one was more serious. Geo says, I think Iran is on a risky balance act between losing deterrence or face regional war because of previous incident. I think Geo is in the Netherlands, I think. Thank you, Geo. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a lot of analysts think that Iran will want to do something to deter Israel, something strong, but not so strong that this escalates into a regional war. I don't know exactly. That's a tough opening to go through, to try to do both of those things at the same time. To do enough damage to deter, but not so much that you invite a big escalatory response. Thanks also to Crispy for your support. The 30 rockets, Crispy, last night when we were on the air, Hezbollah launched 30 rockets into northern Israel. That was not part of a big retaliation. That was just kind of one of your regular periodic outbursts of rocket fire from Hezbollah. Maybe a little on the bigger side, but there were no reports of injuries, no reports of serious damage from that. Thank you also, Bobby Stormspotter and Mothra, for your support. Hey, it's 9:47, guys. 9:47. Checking for updates here. Give me a moment. I got to check what some of the Israeli channels are saying. Oh, did the IDF release a statement? Hold on. Oh, I actually have a translation of what the Israeli defense spokesperson said earlier today. By the way, Amir Bobat, who is with Walla News Israel, said the IDF released a statement that said, in the last few minutes, the terrorist organization Hamas distributed a publication on Telegram that includes a written message in which it claims that in 2 separate incidents, a hostage was killed and 2 hostages were injured by Hamas operatives. At this point, says the IDF, we do not have any intelligence support that allows us to refute or confirm the claims of Hamas. They say they're looking into it. Oh, I could have just read you that the IDF actually posted this. There you go. So they don't have any evidence that it's true or false, and they're looking into it. So I'm just going to read you a couple quotes from what the Israeli military spokesperson said earlier today. He said, over the past few days, we have been monitoring our enemies and developments in the Middle East with an emphasis on Hezbollah as well as Iran. Simultaneously, we are striking in Lebanon every day, including today. We have increased the patrols of Israeli Air Force aircraft over Lebanese skies in order to detect and remove threats. We are striking any threat we identify and are prepared to intercept threats in real time. We take the declarations and statements of our enemies seriously. Therefore, we are prepared at peak readiness in offense and defense, and we will act according to the directives of the government. Regarding questions from the public about the situation, your vigilance and awareness are important. Alongside this, at this stage, there is no change in the Home Front Command's defensive guidelines. If there are changes to the guidelines, we will update you immediately. So that's some of what he said. He said, we will inform you of any changes in the defensive guidelines via the platforms of the Home Front Command and the IDF. He said, I will be here starting this evening and throughout the coming days to update you, answer questions, and present the situation as it is, even when there are no changes to the guidelines. Kenneth thinks the U.S. and Israel are going to attack Iran and Hezbollah. Their narrative is a fabricated construction. Useless reacting to it, says Kenneth. Thanks, Kenneth, for writing in. Camus, the person in charge of the Iranian military is the supreme leader. The supreme leader is the head of the military there. Khamenei. By the way, thanks, Camus, for your support. He is the highest political and religious authority of the Islamic Republic of Iran, says Wikipedia. The armed forces, judiciary, state radio and television, and other key government organizations are subject to the supreme leader. Hang on a second here. I might give you a quick update on the Ukraine-Russia situation. Top Ukrainian commander now says his forces now control 1,000 square kilometers of Russia's Kursk region. It's been about a week now that Ukraine has been conducting this incursion into Kursk, Russia. Let me read something about this. Ukraine's top military commander says his forces now control 1,000 square kilometers, 386 square miles of Russia's neighboring Kursk region for the first time a Ukrainian military official has publicly commented on the gains of the lightning incursion that has embarrassed the Kremlin. General Alexander Siersky made the statement in a video posted today to Ukrainian President Zelensky's Telegram channel. In the video, he briefed the president on the frontline situation. The troops are fulfilling their tasks. Fighting continues actually along the entire front line. The situation is under our control, he said. Russian forces are still scrambling to respond to the surprise Ukrainian attack after almost a week of fierce fighting. Russian President Putin said the incursion, which has caused more than 100,000 civilians to flee, Russian President Putin said the incursion is an attempt by Ukraine to stop Moscow's offensive in eastern Ukraine's Donbas region and gain leverage in possible future peace talks. Zelensky confirmed for the first time that the Ukrainian military is operating inside the Kursk region. On Telegram, he praised his country's soldiers and commanders for their steadfastness and defensive actions. He did not elaborate. He also suggested that Ukraine would offer humanitarian assistance in the region. Putin, speaking Monday at a meeting with top security and defense officials, Putin said the attack that began August 6th appeared to reflect Kyiv's attempt to achieve a better negotiating position in possible future talks to end the war. He insisted Moscow's army would prevail. Putin said Ukraine may have hoped that the attack would cause public unrest in Russia, but that it has failed to achieve that goal, and he claimed that the number of volunteers to join the Russian military has increased because of the assault. Putin said Russian forces will carry on with their offensive in eastern Ukraine regardless. Putin said it is obvious that the enemy will keep trying to destabilize the situation in the border zone to try to destabilize the domestic political situation in our country. Russia's main task, he said, is to squeeze out, drive the enemy out of our territories, and together with the border service, to ensure reliable cover of the state border. The acting Kursk governor, Alexei Smirnov, reported to Putin that Ukrainian forces had pushed 7.5 miles into the Kursk region across a 25-mile front and currently control 28 Russian settlements. Smirnov said 12 civilians had been killed and 121 others, including 10 children, have been wounded in the operation. About 121,000 people have been evacuated or left areas affected by fighting on their own. Again, about 121,000 people have been evacuated or left the areas affected by the fighting on their own. Tracking down all the Ukrainian units that are roaming the region and creating diversions is difficult, the governor said, noting that some are using fake Russian IDs. The governor of the Belgorod region, adjacent to the Kursk region, also announced the evacuation of people from a district near the Ukrainian border. Ukrainian forces rolled swiftly into the town of Sudza, about 6 miles over the border, after launching the attack. They reportedly still hold the western part of that town, which is the site of an important natural gas station. The Ukrainian operation is under tight secrecy, and its goals remain unclear. The stunning maneuver that caught the Kremlin's forces off guard counters Russia's unrelenting effort in recent months to punch through Ukrainian defenses at selected points along the front line in eastern Ukraine. AP says that Russia has seen previous incursions into its territory during the 2.5-year war, but the foray into the Kursk region marked the largest attack on its soil since World War II. The largest attack on Russian soil since World War II, constituting a milestone in the hostilities. It is also the first time the Ukrainian army has spearheaded an incursion rather than pro-Ukraine Russian fighters. The advance delivered a blow to Putin's efforts to pretend that life in Russia has been largely unaffected by the war. State propaganda tried to play down the attack, emphasizing the authorities' efforts to help residents of the region and seeking to distract attention from the military's failure to prepare for the attack and quickly repel it. Kursk residents recorded videos lamenting that they had to flee the border area, leaving behind their belongings and pleading with Putin for help. But Russia's state-controlled media kept a tight lid on any expression of discontent. Pasi Paroinen, an analyst with the Finland-based Blackbird Group, open source intelligence agency, which monitors the war, said the toughest phase of Ukraine's incursion is likely to begin now as Russian reserves enter the fray. That is from Associated Press. Kublini says, I've heard Ukraine already brought in construction equipment, so they are looking to hold it for a longer time. Now, I haven't heard that about the construction equipment, but there is a question of whether Ukraine is planning on, how long they're planning on staying there or not. It is 10:02 p.m. local time. UK Batman thinks what Ukraine is currently doing is amazing militarily, historically, and otherwise. Hey, thanks so much to Storm Shadow 96. I really appreciate your support. Storm Shadow 96. All right, give me a moment here. Hey, thanks to Kelly Smith for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you. We are waiting to see if Iran and or Hezbollah attacks Israel tonight. Excuse me. Oh, Fox News had a report I wanted to mention real quick. Fox News reported that Iran could attack Israel in less than 24 hours. Regional sources told Fox News' Trey Yingst they are concerned that Iran and its proxies could attack Israel within 24 hours. That report came out several hours ago. Thanks, Marcus Peterson from Denmark, for your support. Give me a shout on X at Lookner. check some of the comments here. Tom says it's always the next 24 hours. You know, I do feel like we are hearing some more reporting the last day or so, a bunch more reporting suggesting this is close. You know, we had not really heard this kind of thing before that we heard today from John Kirby, which was, where is it here? You can see Barak Ravid says White House spokesperson John Kirby says the U.S. shares Israel's expectations that Iran and its proxies could attack Israel this week. Here's something from Associated Press. Israel is at peak readiness for an attack from Iran or Hezbollah, is monitoring developments closely. Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari said Israel remains at peak readiness for an attack from Iran or Hezbollah, but there are no changes to guidelines for citizens. He said he was unaware of reports that Iran would attack in the next 24 hours, but that the army and security agencies were closely following all developments from Iran. Monday evening, which has already started, Israel marks the beginning of Tisha B'Av, a day of mourning and repentance when Jews reflect on the destruction of the first and second temples. Some have speculated that the holiday could be a possible date for Iran to carry out a major attack against Israel. No, Iran did not just post 2 a.m. Iran did not just post 2 a.m. This is another one of these things that people see on social media and they just are not doing the proper research to make sure about what they're reading. So Aurora Intel, who knows what they're talking about, they found a post that said it's not an official account, where there's a claim that Iran posted 2 a.m. Aurora Intel says it's not an official account. Go to Aurora Intel, you'll see their post about it. At Aurora Intel. There's some posts that people are spreading around claiming that it's a post from the Iranian government. Missile Hatch thinks Israel is going to strike before Iran forces try anything again. That's what Missile Hatch thinks. Personally, I have said before, I would be really surprised to see an Israeli preemptive strike. I don't know how much it would get them, and it would certainly have big negatives. It would escalate the situation. It could invite an even greater response from Iran and Hezbollah, and it would certainly upset Israel's allies, like the U.S. and others. So I would be shocked if we saw a preemptive Israeli strike. Ligma thinks Iran would attack in the middle of the night as that would maximize civilian disturbance. I mean, I could see different arguments. One could argue that if they attack during the day, it actually has a greater chance of unintentionally injuring civilians, and maybe they wouldn't want to attack for that reason. So I can't speak to the timing. I have no idea if an attack comes when it's going to happen. I have been assuming there's a greater chance of it happening at night, but I don't know that for sure. As Ligma mentions, well, the Hezbollah leader said last week about a week ago, that the waiting is part of the punishment. So I don't know if Iran would intentionally delay further just to disturb Israel. Look, something that the Institute for the Study of War said is they said that they think Iran is carefully planning how to carry out this attack. This is the Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. I really like their site. They do a lot of good military analysis there, ISW. And they said yesterday, Iran has not retaliated quickly against Israel because Iran very likely seeks to ensure that its next attack restores deterrence with Israel while simultaneously avoiding a large-scale war. They say Iran previously attacked Israel on April 13th, 12 days after Israel killed one of Iran's most senior military commanders in Syria on April 1st. Iran and its allies fired around 170 one-way attack drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles at Israel in its April attack. The U.S., Israel, and their allies intercepted most of the projectiles. And the Iranian attack did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. Iranian leaders are therefore incentivized to carefully and slowly calculate their next attack to ensure that the attack inflicts serious damage on Israel, thereby restoring Iranian deterrence with Israel. Iran will likely also ensure that the attack will not trigger a major war. So what the ISW is saying is that could be the case that it's just difficult to plan this, where you want to have something that does enough damage to Israel to deter it from behaving a certain way in the future, but doesn't do too much damage such that this escalates into a bigger war. ISW did also say in their report, Iran also intends to stoke fear and anxiety among Israelis by slowing its response and capitalizing on speculation about when and how it will respond. An Iranian forces-run news outlet, Defa Press, claimed yesterday that Iran is conducting a flawless psychological war against Israel by drawing out its retaliation. Iran similarly exploited uncertainty surrounding its, quote, imminent attack in April to stoke terror in Israel. That attack took 12 days. Hey, Janet Burnett, that is so generous of you. I really appreciate it. Janet Burnett, thank you. Also, Vincent Clark. Thank you, Vincent, for your support. Vincent thinks Israel is cruising for a bruising. Thank you, Vincent, for your support. Thank you also, Richard Canuck. Are there other countries assisting Israel besides the U.S.? Well, I don't know the exact military plans. Jordan has said it will shoot down anything over its airspace, and I believe Saudi Arabia has too. So in theory, that could assist Israel by, say, if Iran fires drones over its airspace or missiles. But they don't say that they're doing that to side with Israel. They say that they're doing it to protect their citizens, even though could end up being helping Israel. I don't know the exact status of, I know like the UK and other countries have said they support Israel. I don't know exactly what they're doing and what they would do in an attack. So the US, UK, France, Germany, and Italy issued a statement today where they said in part that they expressed their support for the defense of Israel against Iranian aggression and against attacks by Iran-backed terrorist groups. So, but I don't know exactly how they might participate in the defense. According to Wikipedia, the US, France, and Jordan all used their own forces to intercept Iranian projectiles in April, and France also deployed its navy to provide radar coverage. The Wall Street Journal claimed that Gulf states such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE shared intelligence, although maybe they wouldn't want to admit that publicly. Thanks. Hey, Janet Burnett. Oh, Janet just gave 10 of you memberships in the YouTube chat. So nice of you, Janet. Thank you. Make sure you thank Janet or anyone else who gives you a membership or a gift subscription. Also, thanks to C. Prowse for your support. Also, thank you to Marcus Peterson. And thank you on Twitch to, I'm behind on Twitch. Thanks to Big Ball of Yarn for your support. And also Ophono101 for your support. And Rick1111. And Game Hero 2. And Psyops. Psyops gave out gift subs on Twitch. Thank you. Sorry, I fell behind on thanking Twitch. My bad. Thanks also Yart05 for subscribing on Twitch. And thanks to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. Thank you. There was a 4.7 earthquake near Los Angeles. I just saw this. EMSC says 4.7 earthquake 7 miles southeast of Los Angeles. I believe USGS is reporting it too. LA QuakeBot says 4.7 earthquake, 2.49 miles southwest of South Pasadena. So that just happened. I'll show you on USGS what they say. .6 says USGS. Now they call it a 4.4. USGS says 4.4, 4 kilometers south-southeast of Highland Park, California. Look at that. See the location there? 4.4. Northeast of downtown. Just letting you know. Oh, this is interesting. So Nafisa Khanavard, who is with BBC, says, this is from Nafisa Khanavard with BBC. She says, U.S. forces in the Middle East have been standing by, expecting that Iran and Hezbollah retaliation to happen since Saturday. No one seems to know when or even if a U.S. military official tells me. I had asked if there had been any extra indications that the attack may happen tonight. Nothing especial today, although there is anticipation that it being soon, since Secretary of Defense Austin last night told the ships to go faster. Yeah, I thought that was a big deal last night when the Secretary of Defense told the aircraft carrier group that was heading there to accelerate their progress. The actual wording was, what was it here? Accelerate its transit. Fancy says the earthquake was pretty strong here in LA. There was a 4.4 there. Mielund is watching from Norway. Hold on a second here. Remember that Barak Ravid from Axios reported earlier today that he said Iran has taken significant preparatory steps in its missile and drone units, similar to those it had taken before the attack on Israel in April. Israel and U.S. officials tell me. They stress, however, that Israel and the U.S. do not know the exact timing of the attack. At this point, I feel like we've heard what we need to hear to know that an attack might happen at any time. When it will happen, that I can't tell you. So Khan News Israel has a report that says, Khan News says a senior security official in Israel says harming civilians will lead to a disproportionate response. That is something that we've heard repeatedly from Israel. They also say Israel is preparing for several possible scenarios, including an attack from Iran or from Lebanon or a combined attack from the Shiite axis. The most significant challenge, Hezbollah, due to its proximity to the border and its influence on the response time and instructions to the home front. So the concern is that Hezbollah is right across the border in Lebanon, and if they start launching drones and missiles, those can get to Israel very, very fast. And Israel will have less time to prepare and less time to shoot them down, and less time to prepare this and to tell citizens what to do. Thank you to Ray P., our new member. Thank you, Ray. Patricia Banks says, can't Israel see what they're doing in preparing for across the border? So I'm sure that Israel and the U.S. have satellite capability and other intelligence. But I also am sure that Hezbollah and Iran know that the U.S. and Israel have that capability. So I'm guessing that they would prepare in a way, they would take actions when preparing to minimize what that would reveal. They might do things that are unclear what they mean. So I don't know exactly how much Israel and the U.S. can tell for sure. They could maybe tell that they're taking actions that might be some sort of preparation. But I don't know, specifically what the degree is they can tell. E. Dungarian says, can't forget about subterranean transport tunnels. I mean, they might have things like that, or who knows what else. What I'm going to need is I just need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, guys. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. It is, oops, I'm going to turn up the volume, sorry. It is 10:39 p.m. 10:39 p.m. local time, as the world waits to see, will Iran and Hezbollah attack Israel tonight? second here. I'm going to give you a little update about what John Kirby said. Here's an update about what John Kirby said from Reuters. U.S. prepared for possible significant attacks in the Middle East by Iran. The U.S. has prepared for what could be significant attacks by Iran or its proxies in the Middle East as soon as this week, White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said Monday. Kirby said the U.S. had increased its regional force posture and shared Israel's concerns about a possible Iranian-backed attack after Iran and Palestinian Islamist group Hamas accused Israel of carrying out the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran last month. Let's see here. Kirby said, "We share the same concerns and expectations that our Israeli counterparts have with the potential, with respect to potential timing here. Could be this week," he said. "We have to be prepared for what could be a significant set of attacks," he said. Israel has been braced for a major attack since last month, when a missile killed 12 youngsters in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, and Israel responded by killing a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut. A day after that operation, Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, was assassinated in Tehran, drawing Iranian vows of retaliation against Israel. "We obviously don't want to see Israel have to defend itself against another onslaught like they did in April, but if that's what comes at them, we will continue to help them defend themselves," Kirby said. The Pentagon said Sunday that Defense Secretary Austin had ordered the deployment of a guided missile submarine to the Middle East and for the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to accelerate its deployment to the region, but a U.S. official told Reuters the Lincoln Carrier Strike Group was currently close to the South China Sea and would likely take over a week to reach the Middle East. Oil prices jumped by more than 3% today, rising for a fifth consecutive session on expectations of a widening Middle East conflict that could tighten global crude supplies. That is from Reuters. 1 second here. Integrity Farmer Bob says only had 2 alerts today, and I think one is a carryover from yesterday. There was an alert a few hours ago, a rocket alert, but I didn't hear of many rockets being fired. So I'm not sure, but there was certainly not a big rocket attack. Hey, thanks K.E. Taker for your support. Thank you, K.E. Taker. So you asked about the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome system it's a specially designed system that deals with, it's for certain types of projectiles that are launched closer to Israel. As Wikipedia says, it's designed to intercept and destroy short-range rockets and artillery shells fired from distances of 4 to 70 kilometers away, 2 to 43 miles, and whose trajectory would take them to an Israeli populated area. So it's constructed with, with in mind what kind of projectiles are fired by like Hamas and Lebanon at Israel, but that it wouldn't necessarily work well in other applications where other types of projectiles are being fired at Israel from different distances. It's specific to they created it they have another defense system which deals with missiles. They have also like the David's arrow. David's sling or David's arrow? I gotta look this up. That is a system designed to intercept enemy planes, drones, ballistic missiles, medium to long-range rockets, and cruise missiles fired at ranges from 25 to 190 miles. That's David's sling. Hey, thanks to Adi Chevris for your support. And Gerben Morgenstein for your support. Gregory Albright gave 50 people memberships in YouTube. Wow. Make sure you thank Gregory if you got a membership from him. That is really generous of you, Gregory. Thank you so much, Gregory Albright, for the memberships. Also our members, Trader Oracle and Donna Smith and Kenneth Colton and Ray P., our new member. Yeah, I said arrow is, where is it here? Where is this here? Yes, so David Sling, says Wikipedia, forms one level of Israel's future multi-tiered missile defense system, which includes Arrow 2, Arrow 3, Iron Dome, and Iron Beam. That's why I was thinking of Arrow. It is almost 11 o'clock local time. I saw a new article here from AP about the Russia-Ukraine situation. I want to just mention that real quick. Ooh, they have a map too. Hold on one moment.
Главная задача стоит, безусловно, перед Министерством
Sorry,
обороны.
Why is that playing? A video is playing. A video popped up on a website and started to play. It was not supposed to play. That was an older video of Putin speaking. I wanted to show you this though. Here. AP says, I'm gonna just read a little bit of this article to you. Ukraine's week-old incursion into Prussia has embarrassed Putin. How will it affect the war? They say an estimated 10,000 Ukrainian troops, supported by tanks and armored combat vehicles, have crossed into Russia and have raided several centers as far in as 15 miles. Ukrainian forces hold nearly 30 settlements in the incursion area. Tens of thousands of civilians, I think over 100,000, have fled the region. This is in northeastern, across the border from northeastern Ukraine. I'm just going to read you a little bit of this article to update you on the situation. AP says the swift Ukrainian incursion into Russia's Kursk region that began last week has been the largest cross-border raid by Kiev's forces in the nearly 2.5-year war, and has exposed Russia's vulnerabilities and dealt a painful blow to the Kremlin. The Russian military has thus far struggled to deal with the surprise attack, which has led to tens of thousands of civilians to flee the region. For Ukraine, the raid has provided a much-needed boost to morale at a time when its undermanned and undergunned forces are facing relentless Russian attacks along the more than 620-mile front line. An expert that they talked to, Matthew Saville, with RUSI in London, said there's evidence that up to 10,000 Ukrainian troops from at least 4 brigades and possibly more are involved, and that they're using Western-provided equipment, including infantry fighting vehicles. The Ukrainian forces have widely used drones to strike Russian military vehicles and deployed electronic warfare assets to jam Russian drones and suppress military communications. While small Ukrainian mobile groups roam the region without trying to consolidate control, other troops reportedly have started digging defensive fortifications in certain areas in Kursk, Russia, including the western part of Sudza, a town about 6 miles from the border. Caught off guard, says AP, Russian troops failed to mount a quick response. Russian reinforcements have started to arrive in the region, but so far they appear to have failed to dislodge the Ukrainian troops from Susa and other areas. The article also says, by launching the incursion, Kyiv could be aiming to force the Kremlin to divert resources from Ukraine's Donetsk region, where Russian forces have pressed offensives in several sectors and made slow but steady gains. If Ukraine manages to hold on to some of its Kursk Russia gains, that would strengthen Kyiv's hand in future peace talks and could allow it to trade them for Russian-occupied Ukrainian territories. The incursion has also dealt a blow to the Kremlin, highlighting its failure to protect the country and shattering Putin's narrative that Russia has remained largely unscathed by the hostilities. The incursion has also sent a strong signal to Ukraine's allies that the Ukrainian military could seize the initiative in the war, a message particularly important ahead of the U.S. presidential election. But despite the initial successes, the foray into Russia might cause attrition in some of Ukraine's most capable units, might cause losses in some of Ukraine's most capable units, and leave troops in Donetsk without vital reinforcements. Trying to establish a lasting presence in the Kursk region could be challenging for the Ukrainian forces, whose supply lines would be vulnerable to Russian fire. Sustaining a force of any size in Russia and defending against counterattacks will be hard, given the limited resource reserves available to Ukraine, said Saville of Russia. Just a little update there about the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk. Hey, a quick thank you to Janet Burnett. Janet, that's very generous of you. Thanks so much for all your support. Janet Burnett, that's really nice of you, Janet. Also, thanks so much to German Morgenstein for your support. Thank you. It is almost 11 p.m. local time. Nazi thinks that Russia will not give the areas it occupied in Ukraine back. Excuse me. Sometime soon I'll put my food in the air fryer, because we're going to be here all evening Israel time, but I'll have to eat something pretty soon. I'm going to do that pretty soon. Hey, it's 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock Israel time. It is 11 o'clock Israel time. One of our viewers asked about the Iron Beam. That is a directed energy weapon air defense system that Israel has, designed to just destroy short-range rockets, artillery, and mortar bombs. Has a range of up to 4.3 miles, complementing Iron Dome, which was designed to intercept missiles launched from a greater distance. Iron Beam will constitute the fifth element of Israel's integrated missile defense system, says Wikipedia. That's from Wikipedia. The main benefits of using a directed energy weapon over conventional missile interceptors are lower costs per shot, unlimited number of firings, lower operational costs, and less manpower. There is also no interceptor debris to fall on the area protected, says Wikipedia. It has been argued since 2014 at least that a directed energy weapon could be the missing element to Israel's existing layered defense strategies. The disadvantages include the requirement for the beam to penetrate the atmosphere. Clouds may prevent use. The beam must be held on the target, which may be spinning for several seconds. The dwell time before enough energy is delivered to destroy it. This makes it difficult to stop a barrage of several missiles, even if the system is effective, so that volley fire of interceptors continues to be required. There is also the possibility of rockets being sheathed in heat-resistant material to withstand an energy beam for longer. Energy weapons may be more cost-effective against slower-flying drones with relatively delicate rotors, control flaps, and guidance systems vulnerable to shorter laser attack than fast rockets. This technology may also prove effective against paratroopers. The cost of each interception is negligible, unlike expensive missile interceptors. Around $2,000 US per shot, versus $100,000 to $150,000 per interceptor firing. However, setting up and deploying an energy weapon such as Iron Beam is costly. Despite the low cost per firing, it may not be the most cost-efficient defense. You can read more about this on Wikipedia. Iron Beam. I'll post that link in the chat. Castle Circle says it will be the fifth layer. Will be isn't operational yet, but very soon. Thank you, K.E. Taker. I will be putting something in the air fryer as usual. K.E. Taker, thank you. It is now 11:04 p.m. local time. We are planning on being here during the evening. Here is what I'm going to do. Here is what I am going to do. It is time for me to take 5 minutes and put my food in the air fryer. Then I will come back when my food is in the air fryer. Thank you, Judy Williams, for your support. Thank you, Judy, very much. I appreciate that. But if I'm going to stay on the air for a while, which I am planning on doing, I need to eat something. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to leave the videos up. 5 minutes. I am coming back, and I'll turn the volume up in 5 minutes. And I'm throwing the food in the air fryer. I will be right back. All right, we're back. My food is cooking. See if I have any updates for you. It is 11:13 p.m. Israel time. There is reporting suggesting that there could be some sort of attack tonight, but we just do not know. We just do not know. I am checking for some updates here. Johnny, our viewer, says it's like Iran has to hit back to show strength, but reality is they tell Israel, U.S. what they are going to do, and when, so as not to kick anything major off, all being played out. So I don't know if Iran has told the U.S. and Israel anything about what it's going to do. So there's this question of, are they just going to show strength, or are they going to try to do damage to Israel to deter? Many analysts, including like the Institute for the Study of War, and myself, think that they might feel they have to do something to Israel which will make Israel think twice in the future about doing things like assassinating the political leader of Hamas in the capital of Iran when he's there as a guest of Iran, staying in Iranian government housing. So if Israel just does this, if Iran does this in a way that it's just some kind of token attack with no real chance of doing any damage, that's not going to deter Israel in the future from doing anything. So there's this question of like, do they really want to deter Israel? Or, do they think it's too big a risk if they do that it could escalate the situation? But there's a difference between doing something just to show you did something and doing something to make the country you're doing to think twice next time. And I can't say what they're going to do, but if they want to do something to affect Israeli behavior in the future, it's going to need something that has an impact in Israel, not just a token strike. Thank you to Johnny for writing it. Also, thanks to Tim Schidler for the gift memberships. Wow, Tim gave 20 people memberships there in the YouTube chat. Thanks so much, Tim. Thanks also to Darsh Hirani. Darsh, I think what I just mentioned, Darsh was wondering if they will attack on a large scale or just throw safe drones without harming anyone as they did in April. So to be clear, there's different opinions about the April attack. The April attack involved 170 drones and over 100 missiles. The Institute for the Study of War, who I respect, they believe Iran was trying to do serious damage in April, but they believe that the U.S. and Israel did a better job of shooting down the projectiles than Iran thought they would. So it's not clear that Iran was not trying to do serious damage in April. Thank you, Darash, for your support. Darsh is in, hold on a second. I believe Darsh might be in Kenya. Is that true? That's really cool, if that's true. Thanks, Darsh. Also, thanks to Matthew Jaffe for your support. Matthew says, if Ukrainian forces captured supplies, fuel, munitions, headed south to attack supply lines, feeding main areas of engagement, cutting off Russian forces. We'll have to see what happens with the whole Ukrainian incursion thing. I hear different assessments of how that might play out. So, and it's hard to get up-to-date information. Will they try to hold territory? Will they keep advancing? Will they soon have to leave Russia? That I don't know. Thanks, Matthew Jaffe. Thanks also Crazy Nomad, our new member, and Miss Annie, our new member. Oh, you know what? Give me 15 seconds. I need 15 seconds. Hang on, I'm literally going away for 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Probably more like 20 seconds. Okay. So what'll happen in about 5 minutes? In about 5 minutes, when my food is made, a lot of you know this, but my plan is to, I'll cover it all night until it's daylight Israel time. So, but I need to eat something. So what I'll do in about 5 minutes, if nothing as big is going on, is I'll disappear and start eating. And then if there's anything big that happens, I'll come in, I'll stop eating and just come back. And then otherwise I'll eat and then come back. So yesterday at some point there were sirens while I was either cooking or eating. So I ran right in here and got on the air. But I'll be watching while I'm eating. So I'm not going very far. I'm going to be right in the next room. Thanks to Jojo I Am. I haven't heard that Jojo I Am to you. I'll have to see if I say anything about that. Also, thanks to Crazy Nomad for the gift membership. So nice of you, Crazy Nomad. Let's shout out our moderators, too. Thanks so much to all of our moderators who are here. They are incredible. They are the reason that we can even have chat rooms. So huge thanks to our moderators. We got Ruth Krafasi is moderating right now. Thank you, Ruth, over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you both. Sabrina's over there on YouTube moderating. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Surly Dev, thank you. And on Facebook, Bud Green, thank you, Bud. Charlotte Webb, all of our moderators on Facebook. Speaking of Facebook, thanks to people who subscribe over there like Bruce Hodge and Lou Green, Diane Allworth, Eve Richards, just to name a few. Jared Sparks, Susan Priest Bookner. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers and our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members as well. Thank you. Our viewer Elantid says it's possible that Iran, knowing Israel is going to retaliate, is having to prepare the attack and also to prepare for the retaliation. Could be true. Maybe that's part of why it's taking so long. Some of our viewers have thought that Iran might be setting up air defenses. It is 11:22, guys. Thank you, Stinky, for your support. Thank you so much. We're bringing you live coverage. We have that Tel Aviv shot here. I'm going to, just for a second, make the Tel Aviv shot bigger. I see somebody walking across the street there in the Tel Aviv shot. Sometimes we see some traffic on that shot. But that is from AFP, that one. I see a car moving on the left there. There's a car driving on the bottom left. So that is a live shot of Tel Aviv. We can make that bigger if we need to. A lot of our viewers think that an attack could come tonight. Oh, Ronald Egnor is moderating too. Thanks so much, Ronald, for moderating on Facebook. A lot of our viewers think an attack could come tonight because of that it's a Jewish holiday, a day of fasting and sadness, remembering tragedies, historical tragedies for the Jewish people. Hang on a second here. Our viewer John Lightsey, thanks John. John mentioned that the Jerusalem Post reports that the Israel Museum in Jerusalem has moved some of its most significant artworks to secure storage, citing concerns over the threat of an Iranian attack. Thank you, Chris Pelisser, Chris Pelisser, CMP, for your support. I really appreciate it, Chris. Thank you. All right, soon I'm going to eat. Soon I am going to eat. Mind GM G4M3 says both Jewish temples were destroyed on this day. Very significant to Jews. Perfect for an attack from enemies. That's what our viewer Mind Game M4M3 says. Or Mind Game 3. Or Mind Game. Depending on how you pronounce it. All right, here's what we're going to do. Here is what we're going to do. So here's what we're going to do now. My food is ready, and I am planning on covering this. It's 11:26. We'll do the usual, which we'll keep covering it while it's dark out. But I need to eat something because we've been on the air several hours already. So I'm going to leave these live streams up. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to be in the other room. If something big happens, I'll be watching, and I'll rush right back in here. And also, so if there's any big news, I'll stop eating and rush right back in here, and I'll be watching the feeds. And otherwise, I'll see you after I eat, okay? No, by the way, the Iranian government did not post 2 a.m. That is not an Iranian government account. The account that... So I love mentioning this. Every single day, pretty much, there's always at least one or two just utterly false things that everybody's talking about on social media. So today's big utterly... there's been two. There's two today. One is that Putin is giving a speech. What time is it in Russia right now? What time is it in Russia? So I kept hearing that one without any good sources. Moscow time. It's 11:27 p.m. So everybody who wrote to me telling me that Putin was giving a speech, I would suggest you look at those sources that were telling you that, and then maybe next time they say something, take it with a grain of salt. So no Putin speech, that was one. And number two is everybody writing and telling me that Iran said 2 a.m., which multiple accounts I follow which know about this kind of thing say that it's not an Iranian government account that said that. Okay, so there you go. Those are the two. So far we have two today. Let's see how many we get by the end of the. Let's see how many we get by the end of the stream. Okay, but that aside, I'm going to go eat. I will turn the volume up, and if some big doing's happening, I'll come back while I'm eating. Otherwise, I'll come back after I eat, and we'll continue our coverage. Okay? Appreciate our moderators. You guys can hang out and chat. I'll turn the volume up, and I'll keep an eye on this. So I'll see you. I'm going to see you after I eat. There you go. All right. Thanks to Lars Hansen, our new member, by the way. All right, give me a little bit. Let me go eat. If there's stuff happening while I'm eating, I'll just come back in here and stop eating. Otherwise, I'll see you after. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We are back. We are back. Thanks for your patience. I have an update. First, let me say a quick thank you to Bad Moon Rising for your support. Thanks, Bad Moon Rising. Also, Joshua Scarcelli, our new member. Thanks, Joshua Scarcelli. Thank you, Michelle Fernandez, for the gift memberships. Michelle Fernandez, thank you. And thanks to NightFox92 in West Clintwood, and Smochizuki and Monkey for your support on Twitch. Hey guys, I saw something, a little news update for you. I don't know what you guys are going to think about this. I don't know what you're going to think about this. Hey, I thought I reposted that. What happened? Barak Ravid, well-respected Israeli reporter, reports. Barak Ravid reports, U.S. and Israeli officials tell me their assessment is that the Iranian attack isn't happening tonight. Again, he says U.S. and Israeli officials tell me their assessment is that the Iranian attack isn't happening tonight. How they don't know that, I don't know. Biden's top Middle East advisor will travel today to Cairo for talks on security arrangements along the Egypt-Gaza border, critical for a hostage deal. What do you guys think about this? Our viewer Chep says that's why it only makes sense it is happening tonight. So I don't know. We'll have to see. No, the time there is 12:29. It's 12:29 a.m. We'll do another poll shortly. Some of our viewers think it'll actually happen tonight now. Odd Meter says the mixed messages continue. Tech Junkie says it's not happening tonight, maybe tomorrow. Kevin Graham says, who knows, they keep saying different things each night. Hyper Guy says no one wants to do stuff on Mondays. Spirit Warrior says it sounds like a ruse to get everyone off guard or just cause confusion. Jeffa Cake says only certainty is Iran's weakness. My9 says Iran is scared. By the way, quick thanks to Medalio N105 for the gift memberships. Thank you. And also for being a new member, Medalio N105. Let me see if there's any more updates I can show you. But that is interesting, an interesting report. An interesting report from Barak Ravid. Now, earlier today, Barak Ravid had reported, he reported this. Earlier today, Barak Ravid reported, Iran has taken significant preparatory steps in its missile and drone units, similar to those it had taken before the attack on Israel in April. Israel and U.S. officials tell me. They stress, however, that Israel and the U.S. do not know the exact timing of the attack. There was an earthquake, I believe, in the Syria-Jordan area, a 5-something. That happened while I was eating. Oh, 5-0. It was a 5-0 earthquake in Syria. There was a 5.0 earthquake in Syria, according to USGS. It was felt in Lebanon and Israel. It was located in Syria. Again, that is according to the USGS. So I can't tell you what's going to happen. I have no idea what's going to happen. Barak Ravid is saying that he's hearing from, hold on a second. He's saying that he's hearing from U.S. and Israeli officials tell him that it isn't happening tonight. Hold on a second. Let me look at something here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. I might be able to look at the captions of this. When did he do this? Okay. I'm going to look back and see if I can read the captions about what he told Wolf Blitzer. He talked to Wolf Blitzer. I'm looking at the TV. So Barak Ravid was on CNN a little while ago, and he said in the last hour, from at least 4 sources, the assessment is it's not happening tonight. That's what he had heard. They still think it might happen tomorrow. Did he say today afternoon? Hold on. What did he say? He said, hold on. Yes, he said it might happen tomorrow, it might happen the day after. But the sources he talked to said it was not happening tonight. That's Barak Ravid. What can I tell you? I have no idea. Oh, also, hold on. So he says that he's hearing that Hezbollah has its long-range missile systems ready, and that let me listen to that again. I'm listening to what he said about Hezbollah. I want to hear what he said about Hezbollah. I'm listening and reading the captions. Hang on. Okay, so he said what Barak Ravid told CNN. He said also that Hezbollah's the Hezbollah missile launching equipment is ready, and that they could launch missiles Oh, there's a flare. Hey, we see a flare. Hey, there's a flare there. Guys, look, it's a flare. There is a flare there. So some sort of, we have seen these before. There is a flare near the, over the Lebanon-Israeli border somewhere. We have a flare. We have a flare. Right there. Flare alert. Flare alert. We saw a flare, a couple flares a few nights ago. But there is a flare. That is not a normal light. That is a flare that I assume the Israeli army would send up to try to light up the area of the border. But we are seeing a flare right now. Right now. We have a flare on the screen. Will we see more flares? I do not know. A flare just tells us, that I believe the Israeli military wants to illuminate some part of that border area. Why they want to illuminate it, I'm not sure. It is a long flare. I agree with you. This one's lasting a little bit. But I don't know why the Israeli forces would want to illuminate the border area. Maybe they thought somebody was trying to infiltrate, or maybe they just detected some activity they wanted to get a better eye on. You know, I don't know exactly why, but there's something they want to see over there. My assumption is that it's over southern Lebanon. All right, the flare went out. We'll see if we see any more. Good catch. So there was a flare. You know, Barak Ravid was saying he's hearing it's not going to happen tonight, but that he also said he heard that Hezbollah has their long-range rockets ready and they could be launched at a moment's notice if Nasrallah gave the order. And also he heard that they've also have their drone and missile launching preparations. They have drones and missiles ready to launch in Iran as well. That's what Barak Ravid was saying. So. Let me see what else he said. You never know. You never know what's going to happen here. Top Viral says, I'm in Israel. I've never been scared until now. Well, I hope everybody stays safe. I'm just watching what Barak Ravid had to say like about half an hour ago. He was on TV half an hour ago. Just checking this out for a second. Hamas might not go to the negotiations on Thursday, based on a statement they said yesterday, the ceasefire negotiations. Hey, thank you, Lori, for your support. And also, hang on a moment here. We saw a flare. All right, so let me go over what we have heard. Let me go over what we have heard recently. Let's go over what we have heard recently. Greg Swindle thought he saw a small rocket. I'm not aware of any rockets that have fired. There might have been something, some kind of streak on the camera. But if there were a rocket fired, I'm sure we would have heard it. Unless it's something smaller than that. I'll have to look and see. Hold on a second here. I need to check myself. I don't see it myself. I'm not sure what you're seeing, but I'm not seeing it myself. Oh, I see. It's very subtle. Might be another flare or something. It's really subtle. So our viewer saw this. Our viewer Greg saw it. Thanks, Greg. That when the flare was up, there was like a faint light next to it. I don't know what it was. I'll show you something. If we go back to here, guys, look at when the flare was up. So this is from before. Oops, hold on. Let me fix that for you. So that's from before. See the flare? See the flare right here? See the flare there? Now, I'm going to hit play and you'll see a little light pop up to the left of it. Did you even see it? No, I got to rewind. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Watch to the left of the flare. You probably can't even see it. It's so faint. It's really faint. I don't even know that you can see it there. Oh, there it is right there. To the left. Right there. See the little light there? I don't know what that is. To the left of it. There's a little light that pops up. I don't know what that is. Further down to the left. Anyways. What can I say? Maybe it's a very distant flare or something, that one. I can't say what that is. All right, now we're back to the live shop. H. Pratt says it could be a drone. Thank you, Greg Swindle, for mentioning that and for your support. Thank you also, Long Range Precision Shooting. Long Range Precision Shooting thinks tonight might be the night. Thank you also, Albert Frates, who thinks early morning in Israel would make the most sense. Albert thinks if they are expecting retaliation strikes, Iran does not want to deal with Israel and U.S. stealth aircraft at night. That's what Albert thinks. Thank you so much, Albert, for your support. Also, Ohio Rando, who says, will there be more flare-ups? Thank you. And thank you also, Big Russ 96, who says, lots of guessing when Iran will attack going around. Not sure anyone knows. Thanks also, Blood Buzz, for your support on Twitch. So, to tell you this again, what Barak Ravid said. He's an Israeli reporter. He is well respected, considered well sourced. He said 25 minutes ago that U.S. and Israeli officials tell me their assessment is that the Iranian attack isn't happening tonight. He said it could happen tomorrow or the day after, but he's hearing it won't happen tonight. He said Biden's top Middle East advisor will travel today to Cairo for talks on security arrangements along the Egypt-Gaza border, critical for a hostage deal. He also said, Barak Ravid, that Hezbollah has its long-range missiles ready to fire and could fire from Lebanon at its moment's notice. He also said that Iran has made preparations to fire drones and missiles. Hang on a second here. Thanks, Lori. Lori says, is there a significant meeting with the flares? Well, all a flare means is that somebody's trying to light up something on the ground. Why they're using this, I don't know. We saw a flare a couple days ago. Flares are have been quite common. This is not Gaza you're looking at; it's the Lebanon-Israel border. But they've been quite common in the fighting in Gaza. Again, it's nighttime. It's on the border. There's been since last October, Israeli and Hezbollah forces have been striking each other on the border in the border area. So maybe there's. What we know is there's something apparent. I assume it's Israel who put the flare up. I assume. But if that's the case, then there's something that Israel wanted to see close to the border. What it was, I don't know. I can imagine it being a small deal or a bigger deal, depending on what they're seeing there, but we just don't know. I wouldn't read too much into it, just based on the fact there's a flare. Hi, Hippie. Yes, thank you. As we mentioned before, there was a 5.0 earthquake in Syria that was felt in Israel and Lebanon. It was a 5.0, and it was in Syria. Thank you so much, Hi, Hippie, for your support. Thank you also, Marco Araujo. Marco Araujo. Thanks so much for your support. And Samurai Conscious, thanks for the gift membership. And also from hold on a second here. From Turkey, our viewer Peter Andren Kashvili. Thank you, Peter, for your support. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Our viewer RP64 said Walla News was reporting something in Israel. Trying to actually find the report from Walla News. Yeah, I can't find the story that somebody sent me, that somebody posted about a story. But I'm looking for the actual story, and I can't find the actual story. So I don't want to read something about a story if I can't find the actual story. I'll keep an eye out for it. Michael Stallman says, if I am Iran, why would I wait until the U.S. have its naval strike team in place? That's just asking to get demolished. Just a thought I had. Well, there is already an aircraft carrier group in the region. The U.S. is bringing another one there, but there's already a aircraft carrier group in the region. So there's that. Also, so thank you, Michael, for the question. Also, I mean, there could be all kinds of considerations as to what the timing is on this. Maybe Iran is planning some kind of complex attack involving multiple groups, like the Houthis in Yemen, and Hezbollah in Syria, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and militias in Iraq and Syria. And maybe it takes time to coordinate everyone and figure out what you're going to do and put it all together. And then maybe there's a certain kind of time they feel like it might be better to launch it. So there's all kinds of considerations. Maybe they're still deciding what to do. So there's all kinds of considerations that could be coming into play here. I mean, all other things being equal, I'm guessing Iran would prefer to do things earlier rather than later because it gives, for example, time for more American resources to get to the area. But at the same time, they might just feel like that's not nearly as an important consideration as other considerations they have in mind. Thank you, Michael, for the question. Reclusive Observer says, wouldn't Iran want to attack on a night Israel has concluded there will be no attack? Well, I mean, so I don't know what information Israel has. I don't think everybody in Israel turned off the lights in their offices, in their military offices, and went home. And then they're just, then they're putting on their sleeping cap at home and settling in to a lovely night of sleep because they've concluded it won't happen. I'm sure Israel's being very vigilant. So my guess is that Israel is probably just as vigilant as it would be, regardless of what reports are coming out. But for all you know, Iran is putting misleading information out there. I would not be surprised if Iran and its proxies are trying to conceal their plans. So it could turn out that something does happen tonight, even though there's reporting suggesting it won't. I have no idea. Thank you, Haniel Vargas. Haniel says, can a multi-front assault overwhelm the Iron Dome? Well, I'm not an expert on these things, but I have heard people who are experts say that Iran might try to do something to overwhelm the Israel air defense systems. I don't know exactly. I mean, more projectiles overall, or more in a concentrated area. I can't tell you exactly what would happen in a given scenario, but that is certainly something that Iran, if they're thinking of firing projectiles, they would certainly want to have more get through than. In theory, they would have more. If they actually want them to do damage, they would want to have more get through than did in April, because most of them were shot down in April. How they might do that, I'm not sure. The Institute for the Study of War has talked about them, launching more, or focusing them on a specific location, or launching more from closer distance, like launching them from Lebanon right across the border, rather than Iran hundreds of miles away. Those kind of things, but. We'll have to see if there's an attack, how things turn out. Thank you so much, Hanyal Vargas. Yeah, just to be clear, I'm seeing multiple viewers saying things like Israel said they won't attack tonight, or Iran says they won't attack tonight. All we have is one reporter who says he talked to sources. He's a good reporter, but it's different. It's a reporter saying that they've talked to sources who say something is different than Iran government saying something or Israel government saying something. The Israel government hasn't said, we, the Israeli government, our official prediction is that there will be no attack tonight. And Iran's government has not said, we, the Iran government, are officially saying we will not attack tonight. None of that has happened. We just have a report from a well-respected reporter saying the sources he talked to said it's not going to happen tonight. That's all we know. So that's not infallible. I certainly give a lot of weight to what he says, but it's not infallible. Thank you, Daniel Armistead. Daniel says he believes Western Iran airspace is the clearest it's been in 2 weeks. I will give my standard response that I always give to these kind of flight radar comments. I don't know the radar well enough to know what it normally looks like, but I do follow people who are experts on that kind of thing, and no one I follow has suggested that there's anything going on flight radar that would suggest any kind of imminent attack, or anything even that different tonight. So I can't intelligently comment on it because I don't know it well enough, but that's all I can say on the matter. That's really the little I can offer you. Hey, thank you so much, Daniel Armistead. I really appreciate that. Daniel, thanks so much for your support. That is something with the feed. That's not on my end. That's not on my end, just so you know. Oh, it's a different feed. Hold on. I got to switch the feed. I think. There we go. We're good. We're back. We got the feed. The feed is still live. Tel Aviv feed is still live. Thank you, Matt Sandy, for your support. I appreciate it, Matt Sandy. Given the updated information we've some of the updated reporting that we've heard, might do another poll here. about when people think an attack will happen. We'll do another poll. We got some people still holding firm that they think it'll be tonight. It's 1:03 a.m., by the way. Some people think it'll be tonight. 36% on YouTube still think it'll be tonight. And then 32% think it'll be this week. And then 12% say later than this week, and 20% say never. That's on YouTube. Interesting. Then over on Twitch we have $35, 33% tonight say on Twitch, say tonight on Twitch, 32% say this week, 7% say later, and 28% say never. Pretty close between the two. Not that far off. There was a flare like 20 minutes ago on the big shot here. Eric Tans thinks it'll be tonight or tomorrow night. I'm going to move these results. Yes, as a number of our viewers are saying, including Corn Pop, right now in Israel, it is Tisha B'Av, which is a holiday of sorts where it's a sad holiday where they fast and remember tragedies that happened to the Jewish people. That goes from, it already started, and it goes until evening on Tuesday. It is now Tuesday early morning there. Thank you, Corn Pop 82, thank you. Our viewer, I'm going to wrap up the polls. Thanks for voting in the poll. One of our viewers said they were in Iran. I'm in my, after I eat, I can get a little, I get a little food coma-y. I get, my body kind of gets a little tired, I think, from digesting. But I should be okay. David Bolger says it will happen when it happens. Probably tough for people in Israel, because they don't know when stuff's going to happen. But, I mean, in Israel, to an extent, you're also used to being, you could have a rocket alert at any time. But we have not seen the Israeli government change the home front guidelines. They have not at all changed their instructions to people who live in Israel about what to do and whether to be close to your shelters or whatever, or don't gather in groups or go to your shelter now. None of that stuff so far. No, Putin did not give a speech. Putin spoke at a meeting, a Security Council meeting, but he did not give a speech. We talked a bunch earlier about the Russia thing. We might talk a little more about it a little later on. But we talked about it earlier in the stream too, about all the Kursk Russia stuff. Susan Priest Buchner says, makes me wonder just how much Israeli intelligence really knows. I'm sure they know some things. I don't know to what degree. I don't know what the reporting that the people, the source, the sources that told Barak Ravid that it's not going to happen tonight, they think. What are they basing that on? That I don't know. Thank you up north for your support. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll talk a little more about what Putin said in a little bit. There was no speech, though. Thanks for your kind words, Astro Cosmo. There's an updated story from AP on the Kursk situation, which I'll show you. I'll read you some of. But if you look at this, it says, top Ukrainian commander says his forces now control almost 390 square miles of Russia's Kursk region. You can see there. There's Ukraine. There's Kursk region in Russia. An estimated 10,000 Ukrainian troops, supported by tanks and armored combat vehicles, have crossed into Russia and raided several centers as far as 15 miles. Oh, thanks to Errol A. Neptune from Turkey. Hey, thanks for watching from Turkey and for your support from Turkey. Thank you. Also, a quick thank you to, hey, Kristen Gates. Really appreciate all of your support, Kristen Gates. So nice of you. Thank you, Kristen. AP says Ukraine's top military commander says his forces now control 386 square miles of Russia's neighboring Kursk region, the first time a Ukrainian military official has publicly commented on the gains of the lightning incursion that has embarrassed the Kremlin. Russian forces are still scrambling to respond to the surprise Ukrainian attack after almost a week of fierce fighting, says AP. Russian President Putin said the incursion, which had caused more than 100,000 civilians to flee, is an attempt by Ukraine to stop Russia's offensive in eastern Ukraine's Donbas region and gain leverage in possible future peace talks. The Ukrainian operation is under tight secrecy and its goals remain unclear. The stunning maneuver that caught Russia's forces off guard counters Russia's unrelenting effort in recent months to punch through Ukrainian defenses at selected points on the front line in eastern Ukraine. Speaking today with top security and defense officials, Putin said the attack on August 6th appeared to reflect Ukraine's attempt to achieve a better negotiating position in possible future talks to end the war. He insisted Russia's army would prevail. Putin said Ukraine may have hoped the attack would cause public arrest in Russia, but the fact that it has failed to do so, and he claimed the number of volunteers who to join the Russian army, the Russian military, has increased because of the assault. He said Russian forces will carry on with their offensive in eastern Ukraine regardless. Putin said it's obvious that the enemy will keep trying to destabilize the situation in the border zone, to try to destabilize the domestic political situation in our country. Russia's main task is to drive the enemy out of our territories, and together with the border service, to ensure reliable cover of the state border. Left-handed says Putin is a glass half full kind of guy. Our viewer Vasileos is watching from Greece. Hello. AP also reports that tracking down all the Ukrainian units that are roaming the region and creating diversions is difficult, said the governor of Kursk. The governor of Kursk said Ukrainian forces had pushed about 7.5 miles into the Kursk region along a 25-mile front and currently control 28 Russian settlements. About 121,000 people have been evacuated or left the area affected by fighting on their own. 121,000 people. The advance delivered a blow to Putin's efforts to pretend that life in Russia has been largely unaffected by the war. State propaganda tried to play down the attack, emphasizing the authorities' efforts to help residents of the region and seeking to distract attention from the military's failure to prepare for the attack and quickly repel it. Kursk residents recorded videos lamenting that they had to flee the border area, leaving behind their belongings and pleading with Putin for help, but Russia's state-controlled media kept a tight lid on any expression of discontent. Pasi Porinen, an analyst with Finland-based Blackbird Group, open source intelligence agency, which monitors the war, said the toughest phase of Ukraine's incursion is likely to begin now as Russian reserves enter the fray. It is 1:17 a.m., guys. 1:17 a.m. Sean Ryder, I have not seen any reliable sourcing. I have not seen sources I would consider reliable reporting massive GPS outages in Israel tonight. If that's really going on, for example, I would assume you will definitely hear from Israeli news outlets and Israeli reporters, and I have not heard a single one talking about that. Or people from Israel I follow. And I have not heard anybody mention that. If I hear it from a reliable source, I certainly will let you know. Sean Ryder. Also, thanks to Old Witch who says, I say we just stop wars and all go on vacation. That sounds good. Thank you, the Old Witch. Michael Gifford says anything massive is instant news. Yeah, I have a hard time believing there's massive GPS outages in Israel, but like no one's reporting on it except for some social media account. So Roy Case posted something. He's with Channel 11, but it's some sort of. I think he's basically saying what Barak Ravid said, but it's hard to translate it. Again, reporter Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter, is saying that his sources tell him it won't be tonight. James Kang thinks something big is coming. Hang on, you know what I need? I just need 1 minute. You know what? Give me just 1 minute. I'm going to disappear just for a minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute. In 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, we're back. We're back here. 1:22 a.m. 1:22 a.m. We're looking at a feed from the Lebanon-Israel border. We're looking at a feed from Tel Aviv. We are now 13 days after Israel presumably assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, political leader of Hamas, in Tehran, Iran. And more than 13 days after the Israeli killing of the Hezbollah top commander Fuad Shukr in a suburb of Beirut in Lebanon. And we are expecting at some point to see Israel and Hezbollah, who have both said they are going to respond to Israel. We are expecting to see that, but we have not seen it yet. And maybe other Iranian proxies. X-Rock Radio says, why would U.S. and Israeli officials tell Barak Ravid or reporters such information? So why do officials tell information to reporters is a good question. Now, there's various things you can think of. One thing I think of is, though, maybe the reporters tell things to the officials. Maybe it's a mutually beneficial relationship. You can think of various reasons, but no one's making them say anything to a reporter. But certainly, I could imagine worlds in which, a politician might, or an official might, exchange info with a reporter. Not that the reporter would give up their other sources, but again, I don't think the officials are just like, I love telling stuff to reporters. So I would think the official gets something out of it too. Well, I know Just Me says they tell what they want told. So, but you can imagine various reasons why someone might want to get something out there. And in this specific case, I can't tell you, but that's what I would think of. Oh, so look, there's an article on Wikipedia called Newsleak. They say some people who leak information to the media are seeking to manipulate coverage, which I certainly understand. I don't know that that's the reason for this kind of report, though. This Wikipedia article on Newsleak says a leaker may be doing the journalist a personal favor, possibly in exchange for future cooperation, or simply wishes to disseminate secret information in order to affect the news. So again, I don't know in this case tonight why the officials who tell Barak Ravid that they're assessing there won't be an attack tell him that, but you can imagine various scenarios. Our viewer, Ailey, called all of us idiots. Ailey says, idiotas, you, capitalized, will hear sirens before you hear anything. Called us all idiotas. Yes, I agree. So rude. I agree. Magato says rude. McBritches says, let me at him. Nope. No violence. We'll have no violence here. Brent Triac says, let's hope they never attack. I would be happy if there were no attack. Less violence, the better. I mean, something would really have to change for that to happen, I think, unfortunately. I will say Barack Ravid must be confident in his information, because it would not be great for Barack Ravid if he reported that officials are telling him it's not going to happen tonight, and then something happens tonight. So, again, he can't be foolproof about what he knows, but he must be confident, because he wouldn't want to release that kind of report, I wouldn't think. But who knows? Yeah, Axios, when you see the report from Axios, that's from Barack Ravid. Speaking of Iran, I just want to mention this. Speaking of Iran, AP reports, FBI says it is investigating after Trump campaign said sensitive documents were hacked by Iran. The FBI said today it is investigating allegations that sensitive documents from the Trump campaign were stolen in a cyber intrusion days after the campaign declared it had been hacked by Iran. The FBI released a brief statement reading, "We can confirm the FBI is investigating the matter." The Trump campaign provided no specific evidence of Iran's involvement, but the claim came shortly after Microsoft issued a report detailing foreign agents' attempts to interfere with the U.S. campaign in 2024. The report cited an instance of an Iranian military intelligence unit in June sending a spear phishing email to a high-ranking official of a presidential campaign from a compromised email account of a former senior advisor. Iran's mission to the United Nations, when asked about the claim of the Trump campaign, denied being involved. Darky7 says, I have heard Iran does have advanced hackers and technology, so it wouldn't surprise me. Our viewer, News Live feed, breaking news, our viewer, thanks for writing in, says, mentioned that Sky News has a story saying that the Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, talked to the Iranian president today and urged him to refrain from attacking Israel in rare phone call. That's from Sky News. I have an update myself. Here, hold on. I have an update myself about that conversation. Let me show you this. Let me show you this right here. I can show you. From Reuters, war is not in anyone's interest. UK Prime Minister tells Iran's President Pezeshkian. Here's Keir Starmer right there. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer held a call with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian today, asking him to refrain from attacking Israel and saying that war is not in anyone's interest, said his office. Starmer spoke with Pezeshkian as part of de-escalation efforts to ease tensions in the Middle East. Recent killings of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran and Hezbollah military commander Fouad Shukr in Beirut have drawn threats of retaliation against Israel. According to Sky News, which first reported the story, the phone call lasted for 30 minutes and took place after the British Premier spoke with U.S. President Biden and other allies earlier on Monday, other European allies. So the UK Prime Minister talked to the President of Iran for 30 minutes. Iran is the chief political figure in Iran, is not the President, it is the Supreme Leader. He did not talk to the Supreme Leader. Starmer told the Iranian president he was deeply concerned by the situation in the Middle East and called on all parties to de-escalate to avoid further regional confrontation. There was a serious risk of miscalculation, and now is the time for calm and careful consideration, 10 Downing Street cited Starmer as saying, adding he underlined his commitment to an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and increasing humanitarian aid to Gaza. The focus should be on diplomatic negotiations, Starmer said. The leaders agreed that a constructive dialogue between the two nations was in both countries' interests. But Starmer told Pezeshkian that a dialogue between the two could only be furthered if Iran ceased its destabilizing actions, including threats against individuals in Britain, and if it stopped aiding Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there you go, a half-hour conversation between the UK Prime Minister and the Iranian President today. That is from Reuters. UK Batman thinks that Iran doesn't care what the squeaky new UK Prime Minister says. That guy on chat says Iran knows they can't afford this. Oh, I have an update. I have an update about the fire yesterday at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. So that is a power plant in Russia-occupied Ukraine, which Russia took over, occupied at the start of their invasion. And it is currently not producing power. But yesterday, all of a sudden, a big fire started there, one of the cooling towers. Russia claimed that Ukraine fired a drone at it. Ukraine denied it. There's been some speculation that maybe Russia was doing this as some sort of warning to Ukraine in response to Ukraine's week-long incursion into Kursk, Russia. Anyways, there was no radiation reported, no elevated radiation levels, but I just saw right now the IAEA released a new statement on it. So I'm going to read you what they said. The International Atomic Energy Agency experts at Ukraine's Zaporizhia nuclear power plant today visited the plant's cooling towers to observe the impact of yesterday's fire. Following its request to immediately assess the impact of the fire, the IAEA support and assistance mission to Zaporizhia accessed the cooling tower area this morning. Based on the observations, the team assessed that it was unlikely that the primary source of the fire began at the base of the cooling tower. During the team's visit to the cooling tower, it determined that the damage was most likely concentrated on the interior of the tower at the water nodal distribution level, located at roughly 10 meters high, 30 feet high. The team has requested access to the water nozzle distribution level. It could observe the bottom of the water nodal distribution level from the concrete foundation columns. The team could also see down into the cold water basin, which is the base of the cooling tower, and has requested access to that as well. The team was not permitted to access those two locations during today's walkdown for safety concerns. Whilst visiting the impacted cooling tower, the team observed burnt areas in the internal equipment higher up, near the water nozzle distribution level. They also observed droplets of burnt plastic and fragments of fallen concrete distributed across the cold water basin. The team assessed that these droplets were consistent with melted and fallen plastic mesh from the fire. Samples of the debris, including burnt and molten plastic, were collected. The lingering odor from the fire was assessed by the team and determined that in the absence of a sulfur smell, was most likely caused from burning plastic. Neither tire nor drone remains were observed during the walkdown. They did not find any drone remains or tire remains. There was some claims that there was burning tires going on there, but no tire remains and no drone remains were observed during the walkdown. The team confirmed there was no significant signs of disturbance of the debris, soot, or ash located at the base of the cooling tower. The nuclear safety of the plant was not affected, as the cooling towers are not currently in operation. Again, the nuclear safety of the plant was not affected, as the cooling towers are not currently in operation. The cooling towers are not required as part of the cooling mechanism for the reactors, which are all in a state of cold shutdown. No radioactive material is present in the area of the cooling towers, which is located approximately 1 mile from the reactor units. I did not realize that the cooling towers were about 1 mile from the reactor units. The team conducted radiation monitoring in the area of the cooling towers and the reactors and confirmed no signs of elevated radiation levels. To gather additional information and verify the authenticity of the evidence, our team has requested to accompany the power plant staff when they photograph the upper part of the water nozzle distribution level. The team has not been able to draw definitive conclusions on the basis of its findings and observations so far. The IAEA will continue its overall analysis after additional review and access to the water nozzle distribution level and cold water basin. So that is the latest update from the IAEA. I'll post a link to that. If you want to read the whole thing again or check out some of it. Russia claimed that fire was caused by a Ukrainian drone attack, while Ukraine says that Russia caused it. All right, I'm posting the link to the IAEA update in case anybody wants to read it. Buffalo Women says, glad to hear they are on it. Thank you so much, Kerry Poteet, for your support. Kerry says, very, very interesting. It is 1:43 a.m. I know a lot of people, some people thought that, hey, this is going to happen tonight. There'll be an attack because it's a Jewish holiday, a day of a sad holiday in the Jewish faith, Tisha B'Av, where they remember disasters for the Jewish people, certain ones. Wikipedia says it's known as the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. Anyways, but no attack yet from Iran or Hezbollah. Barak Ravid, an Israeli reporter, says that U.S. and Israeli officials tell him, he said, that their assessment is that the Iranian attack isn't happening tonight. We'll see if he turns out to be correct. But so far, no attacks tonight. No, not even any rocket alerts. We've seen one flare on the Israel-Lebanon border shot. We saw a flare. William Wallace says, but how do those sources know? Joe Beresford, our viewer, says, I've changed my mind. I don't think it'll be tonight. Keith Lewis says maybe they will attack after the holiday. Barak Ravid also reported that from what he is hearing, Hezbollah missiles are ready to fire at a moment's notice, and also drones and missiles are ready to be fired from Iran at a moment's notice. Thank you to Trey Davis, who says, has anyone been keeping an eye on Taiwan at all during all of this? I haven't heard of any huge developments involving Taiwan, but I will certainly report that if I do. Thank you so much, Trey Davis. Big thanks to all of our moderators who are here. You are awesome. The moderators are always there, keeping an eye on the chat, making it possible for us to have a chat. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube right now. Thank you so much, Ruth and Sabrina. Over on X. Over on Twitch, DeBears, David Green, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn. I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dip. Thank you so much. Thank you to Big Russ 96 again for your support on Twitch. Thanks also to our Facebook moderators like Charlotte Webb and Ronald Egnor. Bud Green, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry over there on X, thank you. The Courier says, I am waiting. We should get a new Institute for the Study of War update today at some point. Desi Des says, waiting yet again. Jason Coker thinks when it happens it's going to be a very large attack. That's what Jason thinks, our viewer. There could be multiple. Could be Hezbollah first and then Iran. Could be over several days. We have no idea. We just do not know. Give me one moment here. We might do. We're gonna do another update on Kursk shortly. The Kursk situation. It is 1:49. It's almost 2 a.m., guys. It's 1:50 Israel time. 1:50. CCU says, be careful when everything sounds peaceful. Is Telegram not working? Somebody said Telegram was down, and then I opened up my Telegram, and it does seem to be working. Oh, I'm getting updates on my Telegram's working fine. I don't know what the person's talking about. Mine's working. Everybody's saying it's working. I just saw something here. Washington Post is reporting that 3 staffers in the Biden-Harris campaign received spear phishing emails. The FBI is investigating suspected hacking attempts by Iran targeting both a Trump associate and advisors to the Biden-Harris campaign, says Washington Post. How about that? Interesting. And then Shane Harris says the FBI is investigating suspected Iranian hacking attempts targeting Trump ally Roger Stone and advisors to the Biden-Harris campaign. Let me see something here. Let me see something here. The FBI is investigating suspected hacking attempts by Iran targeting a Trump associate and advisors to the Biden-Harris campaign. Anyways, we'll have to see what the FBI what the FBI says about that. Thanks to Mitch13 for your support. Thank you, Mitch. Mitch says, I wonder if they're waiting for bad weather to attack so they have cover. Or maybe that could make the Iron Dome less effective, just a thought. I don't know that the weather would affect the Iron Dome. We read an article saying that it could affect like the new Iron Beam system because the clouds could interfere with that. But I'm not aware that it would impact the Iron Dome. I would assume not because I've never heard that. The University of Navarra, I see an article where they say it has all-weather capabilities. BBC says it operates in all weather conditions, the Iron Dome. Our viewer IDF pilot says weather does not affect the Iron Dome. Oh, thank you, David Spivak, too. I appreciate David Spivak. David thinks the Iran is trying to bait Israel or the U.S. into attacking it, which would give Iran an excuse to attack both. That's what David thinks. Thank you so much, David, for your support. It's almost 2 a.m., guys. Almost 2 a.m. And Tris Hedge sent me this, that the CNN is reporting that suspected Iranian hackers breached personal email account of someone associated with Trump campaign. Thanks, Trish Hedge. Oh, and also thank you, Corn Pop. Yeah, Corn Pop, the Russian flight restriction thing we talked about a couple days ago. Russia had issued an order, I think like 2 or 3 days ago, telling its airplanes to not go over Israeli airspace between 1 and 7 in the morning, Israeli time, every day until the 16th. That's what. Now, I don't know why they issued that order, like what the specifics were on that, but I remember that came out a couple days ago. The order was it was for Russian planes to not fly over Israeli airspace from 1 to 7 a.m. until the 16th. Thank you to Corn Pop 82. Dr. Abdullah writes, since the UAE, Kuwait, KSU, and Jordan said their airspaces will not become a battleground, does that mean the Iraq and the Syrian airspaces are the only options left for the IRGC? Well, I haven't heard Kuwait or UAE say that, but maybe they did. But first of all, Iran could, in theory, I would think if they launched ballistic missiles, those go really high. And so I don't know that that's anything that Jordan or Saudi Arabia would be able to shoot down. But also, Iran can launch stuff from Lebanon. Lebanon is right next to Israel. Hezbollah is there. Iran supports Hezbollah. Iran could have, in theory, have Hezbollah launch all kinds of stuff from right next to Israel. Also, Iran does, as you say, they have militias in Iraq and Syria. They could launch stuff from there. They could launch stuff from Iran still anyway, if they want to. Try to launch stuff and see if it'll not get shot down. They could also have the Houthis, who are in Yemen, could launch stuff as well. They could launch stuff that travels, say, up the Red Sea. There's various options from Iran, but I don't know enough about it. But Jordan is over here, so if Iran is firing missiles, especially like ballistic missiles, which go very high, is that something that realistically Jordan would even be able to shoot down? I mean, what is airspace? If something is tens of miles above the airspace of Jordan, is that something that they can realistically shoot down? I don't know. Oops, hold on a second. But where's my map go? There it is. But again, they could launch stuff from Syria, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, or the Houthis are in Yemen. I believe the Houthis sometimes launch stuff that travels up the Red Sea, which doesn't need to go over Saudi airspace, I think. Yeah, we talked about missiles yesterday. Sorry, let me get back to the footage. Sorry, we talked about these missiles yesterday and how high they fly. I don't have a good sense of with like Jordan, what the Jordan capacity for shooting down Iranian stuff is. Or did people see something? Like some people are saying a bug or a bird. Wikipedia says for international ballistic missiles, for intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, the highest altitude is 2,800 miles. I was trying to find you just a simple description of the heights. I had that yesterday. I don't know why I can't find it. I had it yesterday. Oh, I think I found it. Did I find it here? I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I can't find it. I had it yesterday. I don't know where it is. I don't know why it's so hard to find. It should be just an easy thing to type into the internet and find. It's ridiculous that I can't find, like, it should be easy to find cruise missiles fly at this height. I mean, I know there's a lot of variations of these things. There's a lot of variations on ballistic missiles. But you'd think that you would just, Google it and you'd find all these sites that just come up and say it. It's the hardest thing. It's ridiculous. I mean, I can look up specific models, but then that's not really what I want. Sorry, I can't find it. I don't understand. I just don't understand why it's so hard. Maybe just because there's so many types of these things. This armscontrolcenter.org says that cruise missiles remain in the atmosphere for the duration of their flight and can fly as low as a few meters off the ground, which can make them very difficult to detect, by the way. I'm going to spend the next 4 hours trying to get the internet to answer a very basic question about ballistic and cruise missiles. Oh, I might... I think I found it. I think I found it. A cruise missile, according to the Congressional Budget Office, flies at low altitudes ranging from less than 100 meters to 30 to 40 kilometers for a hypersonic cruise missile. Okay. That's a cruise missile. A ballistic missile, I think this is what I was looking at yesterday. I think. All but the shortest range ballistic missiles spend most of their flight at speeds above Mach 5 outside the atmosphere. Outside the atmosphere. Anyways, they go high up. They go up high. All right. I'm done. I'm done wasting all my life trying to answer a very simple question. Just for the fun of it, I'll ask ChatGPT. I know the problem with ChatGPT is if I look it up, it doesn't say the source. So it's not really authoritative to me to say ChatGPT says this. I mean, I'm guessing it's probably right on this question, but I actually just thought it would be nice to actually be able to tell you where I'm getting the information. It's just crazy that you can't just Google that and it doesn't just pop up right away. It's ridiculous. Somehow yesterday I found a source. Yeah, ChatGPT, I asked for the source and it just listed like a bunch of different things. And it didn't give me specifics. It gave me like some books and stuff. So according to ChatGPT claimed that that cruise missiles fly from 50 feet to 330 feet. And ballistic missiles can reach altitudes short range of 30 to 90 miles, and then intermediate 250 to 750 miles. Anyways, right. Why we just wasted all that time, I don't know, but I thought it would be easier. Again, the reason I was looking it up was just because I'm not sure really how much Jordan can shoot down those kind of missiles. It is 2:13 a.m., folks. Israel time. Let me see if I have any updates. Oh, hold on. No, that's nothing. By the way, an update here. I'm seeing that According to David Korn with Mother Jones, and I have seen this actually reported elsewhere, I'm seeing this reported multiple places, a New York State judge kicked RFK Jr. off the ballot after ruling he falsely declared his residence in New York. He will likely appeal, but this could lead to challenges in other states, says David Korn. The New York Post is also reporting that RFK Jr. won't appear on New York State presidential ballot after court rules he's not a resident. So multiple outlets are reporting that right now. AP has it too. Judge rules against RFK Jr. in fight to be on New York's ballot, says he is not a state resident. Not that it'll really matter. I don't know how much it'll matter in New York. Well, I mean, I don't know that it'll matter for president, but some people may vote who not vote who might have voted or something like that. That could affect other races. Here, right here. Look. Judge rules against RFK Jr. in fight to be on New York's resident ballot, says he is not a state resident. A judge ruled today that independent presidential candidate RFK Jr. falsely claimed a New York residence on nominating petitions, invalidating the documents he needs to appear on a ballot in the state. If upheld, it could open the door to challenges in other states where Kennedy used the address in New York City's northern suburbs to gather signatures. The lawsuit, backed by a Democrat-aligned political action committee, claims Kennedy's state nominating petition falsely listed a residence in well-to-do Katona, while he actually has lived in the Los Angeles area since 2014. Kennedy argued during the trial he has lifelong ties to New York and intends to move back. Anyways, I wanted to update you on that. It is 2:18, guys. 2:18. Thanks also to Corn Pop for your support. I really appreciate it. Corn Pop. Corn Pop 82. Thanks also to Aaron Dooley. Aaron is wondering if Iranian groups use car bombs, suicide bombers, etc. Will they? So I don't know what Iran will do. There's, I guess, a general assumption that they're going to do something like they did in April, which is attack by launching drones and missiles. But maybe they'll try to attack Israeli interests some other way. we don't know for sure that they'll use the drones and missiles route again, like they did in April. So in theory, they could decide that they might want to attack some other way. Maybe they think another attack would have a more chance of doing some damage to Israel and thus deterring them. I don't know. So it's a fair question whether they could do something else or try something outside of Israel against some Israeli interests somewhere. A perfectly good question. I don't think we should assume we definitely know what they're going to do. Thank you, Aaron Dooley. Natalie Andrews, who's a reporter with the Wall Street Journal, says the ruling against RFK Jr. by a New York judge saying he cannot be on the ballot in New York because he said he was a state resident. I believe when he was gathering signatures, and he's actually not a state resident. Yes, he had fought. The judge in New York said that RFK Jr. falsely claimed a New York residency on nominating petitions. So the judge at this point has said you cannot be on the ballot in New York. And as I've said, others have said, like AP, Natalie Andrews of the Wall Street Journal says this verdict could have repercussions in other states for RFK Jr. So he could, in theory, by a similar rulings, lose the ability to be on the ballot in other states. We'll have to see. Also, he's going to appeal the New York ruling. Aren't we getting off topic? No, generally speaking, when I'm on the air, we're staying on the air for hours covering this, and so if other news comes up, I just cover it while we're on the air. It's not like we've been talking about RFK Jr. for 3 hours, but we will talk about other news stories as they come up. In case you didn't see it, Barak Ravid Israeli reporter Barak Ravid had reported a couple hours ago, saying that he was hearing U.S. and Israeli officials tell me their assessment is that the Iranian attack isn't happening tonight. Is not happening tonight. He had posted earlier today he had said, earlier today that the White House shares the assessment of Israel. Well, the White House said this later in the day. The White House shares the assessment of Israel that Iran and its proxies may attack Israel this week. Also, he reported that Iran has taken significant preparatory steps in its missile and UAV arrays, similar to those it took before the attack on Israel in April. Senior Israeli and American officials told me. However, they emphasized that Israel and the U.S. do not know the exact time of the attack. Oops, sorry. Hold on. The April attack was sometime, I want to say it all started around midnight or so, Israel time. That's my best guess. Somewhere around then is when I think Iran first fired the weapons. But I don't know exactly. $225 right now. $225. Lasher says, I think the supreme leader knows he will be toast if he hits Israeli civilians by chance or error. Still waiting for an updated daily report from the Institute for the Study of War. Maybe we'll get one of those. Maybe we'll get one of those. Now, last night there were a bunch of more updates, news updates. There's not even been that many news updates during the broadcast tonight. We're not hearing much new about the situation. Brian Birch says it is only 2:30 a.m. It could still be tonight. I think I might talk about the Ukraine situation for a second. Oh, I might have a little video I can show you too. So I have this article here from Reuters. Ukraine touts huge gains in Kursk region as it takes war back to Russia. From Reuters. Maybe for a little change, I'll play you this video, this Reuters video. You know, kind of switch things up here for a minute. It's just a short video, just like 2 minutes long. So what I'm going to do is I'll turn down the volume on what's on the screen right now, but I'll leave the footage up there just to give us a little bit of something different. I'm going to play like a 2-minute, this Reuters video that goes with this article, Ukraine touts huge gains in Kursk region as it takes war back to Russia. We like to give you other updates while we're on the air covering this. So if you give me 2 seconds, I'm going to get this video up on the screen for you. We'll watch this.
Ukraine's surprise cross-border incursion.
Hold on. It may have an AI. It may have an AI. I don't know if the reader is AI reader, so we'll see. Here, anyways, this is again a Reuters video, and I'll throw this over here so you guys. I don't want it to get in your way. We have the live video up behind it. Let me just kind of make this a little smaller here. Put it right there. I don't want it to get in your way. Maybe I'll put it here. I'll cover the clock for a second. How's that? I'm going to put it right there, and I'll move this Tel Aviv over. So just so you can look at it up here, so we can see everything. All right, hold on. Let's check out this video that goes with this article by Reuters on the situation, maybe by AI reader, in Kursk.
Ukraine's surprise cross-border incursion marked a significant shift in the almost 2.5-year war with Russia. It was Kyiv's biggest attack on Russian territory since Moscow invaded Ukraine in February 2022. International security expert Dr. Marian Mezmer of the London-based think tank Chatham House told Reuters there are a couple likely strategies at play.
My best guess is that Ukraine, on the one hand, wanted to push back against Russia, perhaps to increase any leverage that they might have in any upcoming negotiations. And it also seems to have been an attempt to draw Russian military attention away from where they were pushing ahead. And that seems to have worked pretty well.
Ukraine had been losing territory to Russian forces until its surprise attack. Mezmer says it's a risky move.
One risk, of course, is that we've already seen that Russia has much more military personnel than Ukraine. And while Ukraine has managed to kind of stretch Russian military forces thinner, it also has to stretch its own forces much thinner. And Russia presumably is going to try and hit back quite hard because this is obviously making them look quite bad. And it's something that Putin won't want to see repeated. So this could lead to quite significant losses for the Ukrainian military, which are much harder for Ukraine to absorb than for Russia, which doesn't necessarily have the same personnel challenge.
Mezmer said that Ukraine's counteroffensive has likely lifted its soldiers' spirits, at least for the time being.
I think the counteroffensive so far has done a lot for morale. I mean, Ukrainians know that the alternative to the war, if it was to end badly for them, isn't good. And so that is part of why they have been so committed and so behind the government. And I think this very successful counteroffensive has meant that there is a real sense that, Ukraine could win the war, but it could, of course, also sort of go in the other direction if Russian attacks intensify as a result.
Ukraine's top commander said on Monday that Kyiv controlled around 1,000 square kilometers of Russia's Kursk region 7 days after the incursion began. Ukraine's surprise cross-border incursion marked.
That was that video from Reuters that goes along with the article entitled, hang on. Let me get rid of that for a second. Let me get rid of that on the screen. Why can't I get rid of this thing here? This thing won't close. Oops, hold on a second. Sorry, just real quick. That article, that video goes with this article. Ukraine touts huge gains in Kursk region as it takes war back to Russia. I might read you a couple other things from that article, but I want to turn the sound back up on the live video. Let me get the sound back up on the live video here. Put this back over here. Reuters says Ukraine said its biggest cross-border assault of the war had captured 1,000 square kilometers, 386 square miles of Russia's Kursk region, and that Russian President Putin would have to be forced into making peace. I don't know if that's going to happen. Putin has described the cross-border attack as a major provocation and said it was aimed at improving Kyiv's negotiating position. Oh, Lindsay, visiting Ukraine today, U.S. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham urged the U.S. presidential administration to provide Ukraine with the weapons it needs. What do I think about Kursk? Bold, brilliant, beautiful, keep it up, Lindsey Graham told reporters. So, just wanted to give you an update on what's going on with Kursk. No, Kursk is not former Ukrainian territory. Kursk is not Russian-occupied Ukraine. Kursk was Russia before the invasion. Thank you to Anonymous Nobody for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Thanks, by the way, to S. Boo Rao for subscribing on Twitch. S. Boo Rao. I have no idea when Iran or Hezbollah will launch an attack. I do not know. Paul V says only Iran knows. Alperer says Iran is just talk. Hey, thanks to our moderator Chandra for giving the gift memberships. Thank you, Chandra. Chandra, I hope you're feeling better. Thanks for the gift memberships, Chandra. Also, thanks to Crazy Nomad. Crazy Nomad, thank you for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. Jane Summers thinks Iran is looking weak. Roy says, do you see a scenario where they strike during the day? They could. I have no idea. They could strike at any time. I do not know. Yeah, people are mentioning it in the chat. Hamas periodically claims that Israeli hostages have been killed and without providing evidence. That is something they've done before. And they did it the same way today, and the Israeli Defense Force commented on it and said they have no evidence that it's true, but they're looking into it. So it's common for Hamas to claim that bad things happen to hostages and that it's Israel's fault, and then they won't actually provide evidence when they say it. So that happened today. I'll read you the IDF statement on it. Yeah, IDF spokesman said Hamas distributed a publication on Telegram that includes a written message in which it claims that in 2 separate incidents, a hostage was killed and 2 hostages were injured by Hamas operatives. At this point, we do not have any intelligence support that allows us to refute or confirm the claims of Hamas. We continue to check and find out the reliability of the message and will update as soon as possible. That's what they said. Trucker Jim says the longer Iran and its proxies wait, the better prepared Israel can get for it. Monange Moni says, it is so quiet that something might happen. Stephen Dale says, I think Israel will be fully prepared. Luco says, Israel is already prepared. Nibiru says, good to hear only crickets tonight. We haven't had any sirens yet. Yeah, in April, I was covering the Iranian attack in April. I just need 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. All right, we're back. Quiet. Ryan's Game House think Iran won't do anything. So by the way, if something happens when I'm not on the air, I will come right back on the air. But just so you know, we cover all kinds of news here. And again, I can't tell exactly when I'm going to be on the air. Depends on when breaking news happens. But subscribe and follow if you'd like Agenda Free TV. And also we have a notification system that we have set up where you can sign up and it's free, and you will get sent a notification whenever we go live, right before I go live, which can be very useful because if you don't want to miss a stream, because I don't know in advance what my schedule is going to be with the breaking news. Anyways, if you want to sign up for the notifications, the free notifications, which I recommend, the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat, and you can also find that link in the video description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Also, we do have, at the same link you can check out, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. That is also free. Barak Ravid says that Secretary of State Blinken is going to travel tomorrow night to the Middle East and stop in Qatar, Egypt, and Israel. But the trip isn't final because, like everyone else, Blinken is waiting to see if Iran attacks or not. That is what Barak Ravid reports. The trip is not final because, like everyone else, Blinken is waiting to see whether Iran attacks or not. I do think it's possible. I think it's really possible that no one really knows what they're going to do and when they're going to do it. Especially when. Yeah, Brig Commander, there was reporting, I can't guarantee he said it, but there was reporting a week ago that Blinken was saying it could be within 24, 48 hours, but who knows? I mean, you just don't know. Thank you, Music Band watching in the Canary Islands, Spain. I appreciate you watching from there. Almost 3 a.m. Stephen Dale, our viewer, says he is going to Turkey in 3 weeks and hopes it doesn't escalate too much. You know, in spite of, I know Barack Ravid, who I think is a very good reporter, he said that he's hearing it won't happen tonight. I have no idea. I would not be surprised if it happened at any point in time, or something happened. There could be a smaller initial attack or something, so who knows at this point? Who knows? Plant Queen says, this feels so grim to be waiting. I am praying for everyone and hope there are no strikes or injuries. I saw an update here from NASA about the Boeing Starliner crew that has been stuck at the International Space Station because NASA isn't fully confident in the Boeing Starliner craft to get them home. That initial flight that took them up there was on June 5th. It was supposed to be about an 8-day flight, and it has now been up there for over 2 months. So NASA says, I'm going to read this to you here. Teams are working on the return plan for NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Teams working on the return plan for NASA's Boeing crew flight test are making progress analyzing testing data as we evaluate the Starliner return options. We now are planning for decisional meetings no earlier than next week to give the time we need to make the best decision possible for the safety of our crew, which is our top priority. The agency will host a media update on Wednesday. I've seen some reports saying that it's possible the 2 astronauts who are up there would wait until next year and then come down with the current astronauts on the SpaceX spacecraft. So they were thinking they were going up there for a week, and they've now been up there for over 2 months, and they could end up being there till next year. Panda says they are going to get so much overtime pay. Hopefully everybody gets down safely. Thanks, Mochizuki, for the bits. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Hannibal of Tyr, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to our new member, Beth, and also Jess Oftedal. I appreciate your support, Jess Oftedal. Thank you. Our viewer, Scleratissimus, sent me an article from Jerusalem Post, which is kind of like a worst case scenario article, a sort of thing. They say, where is it here? In the case of prolonged attacks, the airport, the Ben Gurion Airport, they said, may relocate operations to Ramon Airport, which is smaller and farther from central Israel, but better protected. So there's no plans to close the airport right now in Israel. But Jerusalem Post says it's an option. A closure of the airport, Ben Gurion Airport, would halt domestic flights in Israel, particularly the main route from Eilat to Ben Gurion, complicating travel for Eilat residents needing medical treatments and business in the center of the country. Anyways, this is what Jerusalem Post is saying, but it's not something they're saying is happening anytime soon. They say the assessment is that Ramon is much safer threatened than Ben Gurion. This is due to the destruction of most of Hamas's long-range rockets by the IDF, and because Ramon is protected by the Iron Dome in Eilat and the Arrow missile defense system in the south. Anyways, you can read the Jerusalem Post for more on that. Thank you, Scleratissimus, for sending that in. It is almost 3 a.m. In 10 seconds, it will be 3 a.m. Israel time, guys. 3 a.m. Israel time. It is now 3 a.m. Israel time. No attack yet. And reporter Barak Ravid claims that his sources tell him there will be no attack tonight. We'll have to see. There are a number of complaints. There are a number of complaints on X that the Elon Musk Trump X space is not working properly for some people. I saw a report about it, and I actually saw a bunch of the complaints. But maybe for a bunch of people it is working. So, anyways, we're not covering that here. But Larry Johnson said it is freezing. 461 Gaming says Germany, it is not working. The Ouch Ouch says, I'm sure their servers are overloaded. I Rule All says, can't get in either. Too many people, I guess. Good Luck Duck says, it wasn't working for me. Some of our viewers are able to see it. I can confirm that for me it just says details not available. Yes, lots more people now, including reporters, are reporting that they cannot get into the Trump-Elon interview on X space. Fox News' Bill Malugin says it. I couldn't. I can't cover it. I can't play it anyway. But The Guardian's Hugo Lowell says it. No, I don't. First of all, we're not covering that. Second of all, I don't have the right to just play that space. That belongs to X. Stormbreaker Chasing says on mobile it says could not fetch space. Keemstar says the space won't work. Aaron Rupar says, I have now tried to enter the Donald Trump space through the Twitter homepage, Trump's page, and Elon's page. None of the options work. Henrock City says, mine isn't working. Rocket Queen says, I can't get it to work. It worked for Tommy Hayes, our viewer. There are a lot of people on X saying it won't. I just did a search. There's a lot of comments on X of people who it's not working for. There's a lot. Senator Mike Lee, who is a big Trump fan, just posted on X, the Trump X space lets me in briefly and then says it's unavailable. Robert Rittenhouse thinks we all knew this was going to happen with the space. Hey, thank you to Louis R. Hey, Louis R., that's really nice of you. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Louis R., thank you. Oh, Pirotos says down detector is now. I bet they're reporting issues with X because of the space, probably. Yeah, down detector is reporting issues with X, but I'm guessing it's people who are having issues with the space. Because I can use X, I just can't. The space appears to be not working for many, many people. (3:08 a.m.) Our viewer Finn Man says, I got it. No, I can't, and I can't broadcast their interview, but I'm not going to anyway because that's not what we're doing here. Michael Stallman says, if Iran attacked Israel, would it have any impact on this year's election? Do you think Biden would be slow to respond due to not wanting to hurt Kamala's image? Well, like, whether it'll impact the election just depends. I can't tell you, but I also don't know what will happen. All kinds of things could happen. It could end up escalating into a regional war. I hope it doesn't. But, you know, these kinds of things can have impacts on the election. I think it would have to escalate a lot for it to have a big impact, to like change a lot of people's votes. As to whether President Biden would make any decisions with the election in mind, well, I mean, I think it's pretty common for a sitting president who's running, or in this case, having the vice president run, to consider election consequences. I don't think that's the only thing he would consider, but it could certainly be interesting to see how, you know, if you can imagine scenarios in which this really escalates, and I don't know how that would affect things. There's all, you know, the price of oil could go way up or something, you know, so there's still almost 3 months till the election. So I think it's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, right now it hasn't gotten to that point yet. You could see Iran launch some kind of strike and it doesn't really do much, and that's the end of it for now. So, alert! There's a rocket alert. There's a rocket alert somewhere. A rocket alert somewhere. There's a rocket alert in... It's one alert. There's one rocket alert up in northern Israel, but it might be to the right of this view. It's in northern Israel. Matat. I think? Yes. Matat, Israel. Which... That's not that far from this, although I think it may be a bit to the right of where we're looking at on this camera view. Just one. I mean, yeah, like rocket alerts do happen. So rocket alerts happen regularly. This doesn't look like a big rocket attack at the moment. It could be a false alarm. But there's one rocket alert in Matat, which is in northern Israel. I'll show you where it is. So just to show you here, there's northern Israel, there's the Lebanon border. It's right near the border. I think this camera is more up here to the west here, I think. I'll see what I can get for you on that. Hang on a moment. Yes, the IDF says siren sounded in Matat, northern Israel. I don't have any reporting about any kind of interceptors or rockets or anything. Again, sometimes these things are false alarms. There was a flare or something on the Tel Aviv screen. I'll have to look on that. In the middle of this screen or the middle of the Tel Aviv screen? Some people are saying they heard a slight boom. I didn't hear anything, but I wasn't specifically listening for it. A couple days ago, yesterday we saw an interceptor. It just depends on where the interceptors are being launched from. If the screen is fuzzy, you might want to make sure you're watching at the maximum resolution. Sometimes on YouTube, it will have you watching at a lower resolution, and you need to check the resolution and make sure you're watching at 1080. Well, in a moment I'll go back and I'll check and see if I can hear a boom. I mean, if somebody can check if you find a boom and you get the exact time code, then I can check it. 3:12:35. All right, I'll check it in a second. Hey, thanks to Alan Blackwell for your support. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. Thank you, Alan. I'll check here. We have a claim that there's a boom. Let me listen here. Now I can't hear. One moment. I'm going to replay this. Up in northern Israel, but I'm not, it might be to the right. All right, well, that's what it was. I'm talking at the time. I'm talking at the time that happened. So I can turn this down and then I can try it this way. Let's try it this way. I'll replay that moment where people said they heard it. Somebody said they heard a boom. Of this view, Israel, but I'm not, it might be to the right of this view. Israel, but I'm not, it might be to the right of this view. You do hear a popping sound. I don't know that that's an interceptor. You hear like a pop or something. Again. Oh, by the way, people are saying flashes in Tel Aviv. So before people said there was a flash in Tel Aviv, and it was like, I think it was a camera thing, where the whole screen was lighting up. So I'll go back and look at that too. But Tel Aviv, I think, before I looked at it, it was just like a camera thing. Does anyone have a time code on the Tel Aviv thing? (3:12:28). Well, that time code didn't work. Somebody said 3:12:28, but that doesn't work. There's no flash. 3:16. Again, people are throwing up time codes, and I don't see anything. Elon Musk claims there's a DDoS attack on X. Guys, I don't know if this is true. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Elon Musk claims there is a DDoS attack on X, working on shutting it down. Worst case, we will proceed with a smaller number of live listeners and post the conversation later. Now, is there really a DDoS attack? Is that really the reason why the space isn't working? I don't know. I can't say. He's saying it's a DDoS attack. I don't know. Intel Crab, who I follow, Intel Crab has a different opinion. Intel Crab believes it was poor hardware unprepared to handle such a large space audience equals DDoS. I personally don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you. Donald Trump says that the I think Trump just posted. Did Trump just post or not? Hold on. No, Trump has not posted. I thought Trump might be posted. He has not posted. It was confusing because the Trump Truth Social on X account posted, which made me think that Trump had posted on his Truth Social, but he did not. Trip Gabriel of the New York Times says, Trip Gabriel says that the service can't handle the amount of traffic according to one ex-employee. He says the X space is fluctuating wildly in the number of people who have joined it and currently sits at 200,000. Even though no one has started speaking, the service can't handle the amount of traffic according to one ex-employee. Elon Musk says, news update from Elon Musk. He says, we tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. That is what Elon Musk says. Cheyenne Sardarizadeh with BBC, Cheyenne Sardarizadeh says, while the real Trump-Musk space on X does not appear to be working, there's currently a deep fake live stream of the Trump-Musk interview on a fake Tesla channel on YouTube with 200,000 people watching. Cheyenne Sardarizadeh also says, that channel is running a crypto scam. Do not scan the QR code. Subscribe or join the channel. He thinks that Team YouTube should suspend the channel. Yes, as Andrew Schlegel points out, when Ron DeSantis, I believe Ron DeSantis announced his campaign, or he tried to announce his campaign on X, and it couldn't handle it. If I remember that right. Yeah, like USA Today says, Ron DeSantis launched his campaign in 2023 with his Twitter space with Musk that was marred by technical difficulties. The USA Today literally has an article from today that says, can X withstand a Trump-Musk interview? DeSantis campaign launch offers cautionary tale. Hey, thanks to Andrew Schlegel for your support. I really appreciate it, Andrew Schlegel. Elon Musk update. News update from Elon Musk. News update on the Trump-Musk X space. He says, we will proceed with the smaller number of concurrent listeners at 8:30 ET and then post the unedited audio immediately after. Last night, Musk had announced he was doing some tests about in advance of this X space. From last night, he had posted, "I'm going to do some system scaling tests tonight and tomorrow in advance of the conversation with @Real Donald Trump." Guys, I'll say it again. If you see the entire Tel Aviv camera flash up, if you see the entire Tel Aviv stream flash up, that's going to be just the camera. So I assume that's what you're talking about. I've seen no reports of anything happening in Tel Aviv. Before, somebody said it flashed, and I looked, and it was just the whole city lit up, which I'm guessing that's the camera, because I can't imagine what's lighting up the whole city that's not being reported on. So if you're aware of some other flash, let me know. But I haven't seen anything on that stream. aside from the whole thing lighting up. IDF pilot says, I'm in Tel Aviv. IDF pilot, have there been frequent lights that lit up the whole city? That's not being reported. Thank you, Dennis and his wife, Erica, watching in Belize, if that's where they are. NetBlocks, which they are experts on internet outages. NetBlocks posts, X spaces are currently experiencing international outages. The incident is understood to be due to server issues, as the platform holds a live interview between Elon Musk and U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump. Now, some people say it's working for them now. Some people say it's working for them now. Some of our viewers say it's working for them now. Yeah, the Tel Aviv stream. Yeah, look, I just saw it, guys. I just saw it. It's not a flash on the Tel Aviv stream. The camera adjusts once in a while, and you see everything get kind of big and small. That's a camera adjustment. That's not a rocket or something. That's just the camera. Looks like the camera angle might have changed at some point. I wonder if the camera angle changed. Did the camera angle change on this ever? It seems like the buildings are lower in the frame than they were before. Maybe they just angled the camera up. I'm just letting you see it. Sometimes you can see cars drive right on the lower left. Oops, sorry, it's too big now. Some of our viewers said the interview started. There you go. So some of our viewers are listening to the interview. Is it an interview or is it music? Some of our viewers say it's music. Oh, Larry Johnson says, I don't hear anything yet. Is it just playing music? Hasn't started, says Pajama Stacking. All right, I'm not listening because I'm doing this broadcast right now. So I guess it hasn't started yet. All right. Some of the viewers said they were in. I thought they were saying they heard the interview. I wonder if they're just going to do the interview and like you'll hear music, and then when they're done with the interview in like a half hour, you'll hear the recording of the interview. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just wondering, it seemed like all of a sudden everyone got into the space, and I'm wondering if the reason everybody was able to get into the space is that they stopped doing whatever they were doing to make the interview live, but I don't know. It is 3:38, by the way. It's 3:38. Israel time. Siddharth says the space is recorded, which means it's already over. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on with that Twitter space. The X space, I'm sorry. It says record. No, it says it's being recorded. It says it's being recorded. I just signed into it to check, and I don't hear anything. Is it me? I don't hear anything. Nothing yet, someone says. All right. You can tell me when somebody starts speaking. Yeah, I'll make this big so you can see the traffic. See that little flicker there was something with the camera. That's not actually happening. That's the Tel Aviv one. Hang on a second. Let me refresh this just to make sure. Hold on. Well, if it were frozen, yes, I can see movement down here, right here. Look at the lower left. Yes. Just to clarify that the camera is live. I just saw a car in the lower left, and you don't see it there anymore. So it is a live camera. The lower left, you sometimes see traffic drive by on the lower left there. So I definitely saw a vehicle that was there briefly and now not there anymore. Actually, I think I can put on sound for that for a second. Give me a second here. Do I have sound from that? Oh. Hold on. Let's see. The sound, I don't know if there's sound. I don't know if there's actually sound on the Tel Aviv camera. There might not be. Oh, you know what? There might be, but I might have to fix it. I might have to fix the sound. Give me a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the sound on that camera. The camera, sometimes I got to, after a little bit, I got to kind of reset everything for about 20 seconds to fix the sound. Now it's frozen, but we should get sound from it after I unfreeze it. So just give me a moment here. It'll take a second. I'm unfreezing now. Okay. It's kind of hard to hear, but that is sound from the Tel Aviv camera. It's just much softer than the other one. The other one is this. The other one's much louder. All right, anyways, I just wanted to let you know that it is a live shot from Tel Aviv, in case you have concerns. Now I'm going to get rid of that sound and turn on the other sound. Now that one is muted, and I'm going to turn on the sound from the other one. That is the sound from the Israel-Lebanon border camera. By the way, I believe that the Elon Musk and I believe that Elon Musk interview with Trump started. In case people were wondering. It's an X space. You can go to the X space to watch it. Excuse me. Well, now that we've talked about that side story, I'll see if I can find you any updates about the situation with Israel and Iran. And it is 3:46 a.m. there. By the way, I noticed this story. This is interesting. Fitch cuts Israel's credit rating to A, I believe from A+, as Middle East tensions rise. From Reuters. Credit ratings agency Fitch downgraded Israel's credit rating from A from A+ on Monday, citing worsening geopolitical risks as the war in Gaza drags on, and kept the rating outlook negative, meaning a further downgrade is possible. In our view, said Fitch, the conflict in Gaza could last well into 2025, and there are risks of it broadening to other fronts. The downgrade following the war and the political risks it creates is natural, said Israel's finance minister. Heightened tensions between Israel and Iran and its allies could imply significant additional military spending, destruction of infrastructure, and damage to economic activity and investment, Fitch said. The credit rating is a rating of the chance you'll pay back a loan, basically. It predicts your ability to pay back the debt. And a lower credit rating, I would think you would have to pay more interest, more borrowing costs. They lowered it from A+ to A. Thanks to our new member, Doc Wolf, by the way. I don't know what is US is A+? Let's see. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't even know what all the grades are. Let's see. In 2020, there's AAA and then there's AA+. For example, in August of 2023, the Fitch downgraded USA long-term credit rating to AA+ from AAA. So I don't even know what all the credit ratings are. Maybe it sounds like A+ is not the highest. Fitch explains their credit ratings on their website. They say, I found it. This is the Fitch website, guys. Check it out real quick. AAA is the highest credit quality. AAA, then AA, then A, then BBB, then BB, then B, then CCC, then CC, then C, then RD, then D. Okay. That's what Brian Jeffcoat just said in our chat too. So Israel's was at A+, which is not, I assume that's not as good as AA. Hey, thanks to Jeffy, our new member. Thanks to Marcia Shepard, our new member. thanks to all of our moderators who are here at 3:51 a.m. Israel time. We have Sabrina and Ruth Krafasi are here. Thank you so much for being here. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. We have had Ronald Egnor moderating for us on Facebook tonight, Charlotte Webb, Bud Green. Thanks to all of our moderators. By the way, thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Gina Pina and Flaps15 and Annie Kush, Lil Pinkus, Psyops, Mirror Chairs, Shaggy Wall Street, I Rule All, Crystal Coder, Gold Donor. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Oh, thanks Haas McCave for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Haas. And UK Batman, thanks for subscribing. Relila, Allistic. All of our subscribers over there, thank you. Pezzy, Jax Haku, Orange Flu 1, Integrity Farmer Bob, Rusty BBB, thanks for subscribing. And all of our subscribers here. You know, when we started the night, I think a lot of people were thinking there was definitely going to be an attack tonight because we were hearing some press reports seeming to suggest there might be. But then around like 1 in the morning, a few hours ago, Barak Ravid, well-known Israeli reporter, said that he was hearing it was not going to be tonight. I can't tell you what's going to happen. I don't know. Patricia Banks says Israeli economy must be suffering after 10 months of war. Mitchell Kazdas says still no strike, it won't happen. Ron Lolordo says Mossad should know when. Excuse me. The Maestro says Mossad didn't know about 7th October. Mossad knows nothing. Vivian Yurton says, never underestimate the enemy. Extreme Tiger says, what if Hezbollah did the attack? Hezbollah what if Hezbollah did the attack on its, you mean by itself? Hezbollah is supposed to attack along with Iran. They might attack separately, they might attack together, we don't know. We do not know. It is almost 4 a.m., guys. Almost 4 a.m. there. Our viewer Human says Iran gets one shot at this. If they blow it, they look double weak because of April's attack, and they suffer retaliation. Thank you, Linda Cox, for your kind words. Was there another earthquake in Syria? Is that what happened? Another one? Like 20 minutes ago or something? I gotta look this up. Yes, there was... Earlier tonight there was a 5.0 in Syria, and then there was a 4.5 at... About a half an hour ago there was a 4.5 around the same location in Syria. So they've had a 5.0 and 4.5 earthquake. I know the... .0 and 4.5. Hang on a second. Hey guys, look at the bottom left. Look at the bottom left, okay? You should see some traffic there, I think. You see a car there? Do we see a car there right there? Am I wrong? On the bottom left. Do we see a car? Is it stopped at a light? Let's keep an eye on it. I think that might be a traffic light, but I'm not sure. If it's not a parked car. It seems to me I see a car with its lights on. Hold on. Yes, somebody just walked in front of the car. Did you see everybody? Did you guys see somebody walk in front of that car on the bottom left in Tel Aviv? Right? You saw somebody walk in front of the car? I definitely saw somebody walk in front of the car. Hang on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. People said yes. People said yes. Where's the car going? Somebody, I just saw it move down there. There's somebody in front. There's another vehicle. There's people walking. There's another car, right? You guys are seeing it. Another car. You guys saw another car just drove by there, right? You guys just saw there, right? You guys. I just want to make sure you guys all saw that the car drove by. Okay, so now all the people who are saying that it's not a live shot because the clouds aren't moving. Hopefully that satisfies the people in the chat who keep saying the clouds aren't moving. It's not live. But the clouds aren't moving. That's not a live shot. The clouds aren't moving. If you're watching on Facebook, Facebook stream will automatically end after 8 hours and 7 minutes. So in 7 minutes for those watching on Facebook, I will start a new stream. I'll have to just start a new Facebook stream. Sorry about that, but that's just the way Facebook does it. Thanks so much to Janice McConnell. Thanks, Janice McConnell, for your support. I appreciate it. Thanks, by the way, to Andrew Schlegel for your support. Andrew stopped over at that X space for a while. And Kay Body, one of our moderators, gave 5 people memberships. That's very nice of you, Kay. Thanks, Kay. I appreciate that. It is 4:03. It is 4:03. Guys, I wouldn't assume that. I think some people might just be assuming, oh, well, I thought it was going to happen tonight. Now it's not. It's like never going to happen. We don't know what is going to happen, and we don't know when it's going to happen. There's all kinds of things that can happen at any time. So all I can tell you is I don't know when something's going to happen. But Hezbollah, the leaders of Hezbollah and Iran are on the record as saying that they're going to retaliate, and it would make sense that they would retaliate. So I am confident that they will do stuff. They will do something. I just don't know when. But I'm confident that I think people don't really have an idea of when it'll happen. Jesse's girl says, expect the unexpected. Yeah, I mean, like Caperby says, I hope it doesn't happen, but I mean, I'm just being realistic here. It's a realistic thing to think it will, I believe. Uh-oh. I have to switch my headphones. My headphones just died. one of our viewers asked how many hostages there are. So in a June article from Times of Israel, they said there's a June article from Times of Israel where a Hamas official told CNN that Hamas didn't know how many of the 116 hostages were still alive. So I think it might be a little fewer than that now, but just giving you a rough estimate. I have to look it up and see. I just got to switch my headphones. Give me a sec. It's going to pause for a second here. All right, we're back. Now I got to put my other headphones in. So hang on a second here. Hang on, I'm putting in my headphones. Why aren't they playing? Why isn't the sound in my headphones? Hold on. I got to figure this out. Something's not working like it should be. It says connected, but it's not connected. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I think. Now I can hear. Now I can hear. Hang on a moment here. Did Facebook stream end? Yeah, I got to restart the Facebook stream. Let me just restart the Facebook stream, please. I am restarting the Facebook stream. If it starts. All right, Facebook restarted. Hey, a quick thank you, by the way. A quick thank you to Brent Rosen. Brent gave 20 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's so nice of Brent. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership. Thank you, Brent. That's really nice of you. Thanks to Lof Till Up, who claims that somebody posted Al Jazeera said it was going to happen early this morning. I have not heard that at all, but I will certainly take a look and see if I can see anything. Thank you so much, Loft Till Up. And thanks, Ruth Krafasi, our moderator, for the 2 gift memberships. Thank you, Ruth. It's really nice of you. Laura says, after all these years of watching, I got gifted a membership. Well, that's cool. Excellent. Oh, as of July 25th, the Wall Street Journal said that Israel said there were 111 hostages, and some of them are not alive. I don't know how many are not alive. Oh, it says here, hold on. It's a little confusing. I think the article says that, according to this Wall Street Journal article, in July. Israel says 111 hostages are still there, but at least 39 of those are no longer alive. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Jorge M. I appreciate that, Jorge M. Thank you. Those hostages have been there since for 10 months now. 10 months. As Michael Sullivan says, a Hamas official claimed that they had killed one today, but the IDF came out today and I think the Hamas said they had injured 2 more, but the IDF came out today and they said they had no evidence to either confirm or refute that. So right now that's just an unconfirmed claim. Oh, and thank you again for your support, Janice McConnell. I really appreciate it, Janice McConnell. Thank you. What was I going to look up? Give me a moment here. I am just seeing if I can find any updates here. I haven't seen anything from Al Jazeera reporting about timing. I just went to their Telegram and looked and didn't see anything there. Maybe they've reported it somewhere else. Thank you, Laura OC714, who finally got a gift membership. After years of watching, she says. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that, Laura OC714. By the way, Jorge is watching from... Jorge's watching from Peru. That's very neat. It is 4:15. It's 4:15, folks. 4:15. When reporter Barak Ravid tonight, he reported that, several hours ago, he said he had heard from his sources that the attack would not happen tonight. But he said, it could happen tomorrow. He said it could happen the day after. We just don't know. We just do not know. Thanks so much to Cy Insane, who gave 5 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Very nice of you, Cy Insane. One of our viewers, Unseen Sanity, thinks Iran might be getting cold feet. Thank you, Sweetums, as well. Sweetums gave 5 people memberships. A lot of people getting gift memberships. Very generous of you. Thanks. Oh, you know what? I had... What's this one? That's too bad. Reuters had... I think Reuters was going to have a different camera from northern Israel, and then it just didn't work. There's another camera. That's too bad. So last week, like a week ago, we actually had another camera that we were using a bunch from the Israel-Lebanon border. And then it went away for a few days, and then Reuters was trying to have it tonight, but I think it didn't work because they were planning on having it. I can see it here. So looks like they tried to do it. Maybe they're having technical difficulties. So it'd be nice if we could get that one back, because that's a different part of the Lebanon border. That's the eastern part of the border. But don't have it right now. Hey, thanks so much to Mountain Man and Deborah J for gifting memberships. That's really nice of you. And also, Sweetums gave another person a membership. Thank you also, Sweetums, over there on YouTube. Thank you. So maybe they can get that. Maybe they can get that camera working again, because that was helpful. Jeffrey Coates says, man, we, me included, take for granted our safety in the U.S. relative to what's happening over there. I couldn't imagine preparing my family for an imminent attack from an enemy. Strong people. Thank you so much, Cruella, who are giving 5 people memberships. Cruella gave 5 people memberships. Thanks also to Choctaw Native for giving someone a membership on YouTube. Thank you. Undogmatic says, imagine being in Gaza. I mean, you see videos from Gaza where the people who live there are just walking around and like pretty much everything is just destroyed. It's just, and they've been living like that for months and months and months. It's unbelievable there. I remember seeing some, I think I saw some video of it last night. About 2 million people there. Oh, this plane, we've watched this plane before. So one of our viewers just mentioned this plane on Flight Radar. It's like a crop duster, looks like maybe an armed patrol plane or something like that. It's Jordan Air Force, but a couple days ago, this plane was doing exactly this. It was in circles in Jordan, roughly the same area, I'm guessing it was this exact same plane. So I believe we have seen this one before. Yeah, it's going in circles, but I'm pretty sure it's basically the same we saw. I mean, some of you probably remember it. Yeah, RAD 40, RAAD 40. It's an air tractor AT-802U. It is. I think it's a modified crop duster. I think it is. Riddle says it's been out there multiple times this week. It was developed from air tractor AT-802, an American aircraft often used for agricultural purposes. That's what Wikipedia says. Sweetums gave 5 more memberships. Wow. Thank you, Sweetums, for all the memberships. So nice of you. Sweetums63 LOL. And also Misty as our new member on YouTube. Thank you. And Keith Lewis just gave a membership. Everybody's giving each other memberships over there on YouTube. It's really nice of you guys. Thank you. Thanks also on Twitch to Emilio1213 for the on-screen celebration, and Relila for the on-screen celebration. It is 4:25, guys. 4:25. And Brig Commander gave somebody a membership, and Cruella gave somebody a membership, and Adam of the Red Earth gave somebody a membership. Thank you. Make sure you thank them if you get a membership. Thanks so much. Yes, today is a holiday in Israel called Tisha B'Av. It's known as the saddest day on the Jewish calendar, where Jewish people remember past tragedies in the Jewish history. The holiday goes until the evening of the 13th. It is currently the morning of the 13th. Our viewer NS Tan Reverdi thinks Iran will not attack, they just have a big mouth. That's what our NS thinks. Hey, thanks to our new member, DMB97. And then DMB97 gave 5 people memberships. Wow. Thank you, DMB97. And thanks, Cruella, for your support. Thank you. And Sweetums gave a number membership. Thank you, Sweetums. Thank you. Maybe we'll do another poll in a second. We might do another poll. I'm going to see. We already asked you when you thought an attack might happen. We're going to ask a question. We'll do a yes and no one, a yes or no one. The question is, will this situation greatly escalate after an attack? Greatly escalate. So on YouTube, 83% say it'll greatly escalate. That's a high number. 83%. How about on Twitch? Twitch is a bit lower, but you guys think that this is going to greatly escalate. %71% on Twitch say yes, and 80% on YouTube say yes. Thank you to Man EC. Thank you, Man EC. And Music Muse gave somebody a membership. Thanks, Music Muse. And Winding Road gave somebody a membership. So nice of you. Thank you. And Donna Smith gave somebody a membership. And Music Muse gave somebody else a membership. And Don63 gave somebody a membership. I hope people are thanking everybody when they get. I hope people who get the memberships are thanking the person who gave it to them. And then Sweetums gave 10 more people memberships. Unbelievable. Thank you, Sweetums. It's so nice of you. All right. So basically, I mean, this is, if it, escalating badly is quite bad. That would be very bad if it escalates greatly. But most of you think it's going to escalate greatly after an attack. All right. It is 4:32. 4:32. Thank you for voting in the poll. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Jonathan Dorr. So nice of Jonathan Dorr, your support for the channel. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Also, Just Me gave a membership. Thank you. Mothra gave a membership. Thank you so much. Sweetums, I think, is trying to get everybody to be a member by the end of the night. It's incredibly generous of her. Thank you, Sweetums. She just gave 20 memberships. And Music Muse gave a membership. Wow. Make sure you thank them. Got a lot of green member names in the YouTube chat now. Very, very nice of you guys. Thank you for giving the memberships to your fellow chatters. When we do a poll, you can use the poll emoji. As some of you did, some of our Twitch subscribers did that as well. And Max Acher gave a membership. Thank you, Max. Wow, a lot of people giving memberships. Marissa Pugliese gave 5 people memberships. Thank you, Marissa. Jennifer Wilson gave a membership. Thank you, Jennifer. Thanks to our member Randy Schneider for your kind words, and thanks for being a member. And Sweetums, thank you. And then Bill Fisher. Bill Fisher just gave 50 people memberships. There's so many memberships. I don't know what it is tonight, but people are very generous giving each other memberships in the chat. And Bill Fisher just gave 50 people memberships. Please thank somebody if you got a membership from them. Wow. A lot of members there now in the YouTube chat after all these gift memberships. So many memberships at Static X. That's really nice of you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. It is 4:35 right now. Now, you know, if somebody was saying, well, he'll get off the air and then something will happen. Well, if I'm off the air, I can always, if something big happens, I can always just come back on and do another live stream. Even if I'm sleeping, normally somebody with my number will wake me up. So it may take a few minutes to get on the air, but I've just, for the sake of making an assumption, you gotta make some sort of assumption, or you gotta have some sort of schedule. We've just been covering it when it's nighttime in Israel, but stuff could happen during the day too. So, you know, if there's something big that happens, I'll come on the air. Amin says CGTN is a live camera. Thank you, Amin Faumawi. So I can only use the cameras that I pay for. I pay for cameras from Reuters and AFP. So like here, the Tel Aviv cameras from AFP and the Israel-Lebanon border is from Reuters. So I cannot use other cameras. I can only use the ones that I paid to have the rights to. But I appreciate that, Amin, for letting me know. And thanks so much to Doc Wolf for gifting a membership. Thank you, Doc. And the Moom says, if Shiri Bibas and family don't make it home, I will cry. That is the Bibas family. They are a family that Hamas, they were kidnapped in the October 7th attack. So Wikipedia says it was a 9-month-old, a 4-year-old, a 32-year-old mother, and her 34-year-old husband. Hamas has claimed at one point that they were killed as a result of an Israeli airstrike. Ynet News in July said the family remains captive with no clear information on their fate. I-24 News in June said Benny Gantz, leader of the National Unity Party in Israel, has indicated that Israel is aware of the fate of the family. He said the public would be informed of their fate when things come to fruition. I-24 said there are speculations that the Bibas family might be held near Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, potentially being used as human shields. It is 4:40. It is 4:40, guys. Thank you, by the way, the Moom for the gift membership, and Jay Longley gave 10 people gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you. And Patricia Banks gave a gift membership. Thank you. And our member, Ron Dykeman. Thanks, Ron Dykeman. Alan Blackwell gave 5 people memberships. Thanks, Marissa Pugliese, for shouting out the mods. I appreciate that and your support. Candy Larson gave 5 people memberships. And Doc Wolf gave a membership too. Thank you. I mean, we are at a point now where we're 13 days after the assassination of the Hamas political leader in Tehran, and actually 14 days after the assassination of the Hezbollah top commander in Beirut. Israel has said they assassinated the Hezbollah commander, and it's widely believed that Israel assassinated the Hamas leader in Iran. But I mean, we're at that point where basically something could happen at any time. We just have to see what happens. I've been checking for updates the last couple hours, and I haven't really seen much. Our viewer Rolo SC thinks Iran's response will be minimal enough to not demand a response by Israel. They don't want a full regional war because it threatens their power. There will be no escalation. That's what Rolo SC thinks. Thanks for writing your comment. Hey, thanks to Candy Larson for the gift membership. I appreciate that, Candy Larson. And thanks to our new member, Michael Donahue, over there on YouTube. Thank you, Michael. Strong Wolf asked to how Israelis mark their holiday. What do? I know they fast on Tisha B'Av, that holiday today where they remember tragedies that have happened to the Jewish religion in the past, a series of disasters in Jewish history, particularly the destruction of Solomon's temple and the Second Temple, according to Wikipedia. It's a fast day. They fast and they do some other stuff. They read certain things in the synagogue. It's I guess there's certain things they recite and certain things that are sung, and it is known as the saddest day in the Jewish calendar, according to Wikipedia. Tisha B'Av. I think since we've been on the air, there's been one red alert, and we didn't really hear much from that. It was just one red alert in northern Israel. Thank you so much to all of our moderators, too. Really appreciate them all being here. Kinetic and Ruth Krafasi are there on YouTube right now. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev on Twitch and on Facebook. Ronald, we started again. We've had Ronald Egnor there tonight. We have had Charlotte Webb. We have had Bud Green. Sandra Lee Hart says, well, another night almost over and maybe peace prevails. Jamie thought there was a flare over the last top building on the left. Maybe there was, I'm not sure. If you put a time code of it, I could look myself in the chat. I don't know if anybody else mentioned it. Yashem Halem says, I just hope all the hostages get to see their families again. Artist asks why Benny Gantz has that information. Benny Gantz was in the war cabinet. I don't think he is right anymore, but he was. He's one of the top political leaders, I think former defense minister, in Israel. Yeah, he was, hold on. He was, where is it here? Can't find it. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's see. I think of that at the time he said that, he was in the war cabinet, the group of several people that was running the country. 4:48. I don't know if there will be war, Tina. I think there will definitely be a response by Hamas and Iran. I don't know what will happen after that. I do not know. How many more nights will we cover it? Well, I'm not going to do 4 more months of it, but I mean, look, we're certainly in the realm of the amount of time that they might, you know, it's been 13 days. In April, it was 12 days. So it's not really much different than it was in April. There's a bunch of reporting suggesting that they're going to respond soon. So I think it's important to cover if we think there's going to be a response. And it looks like there's going to be. So for the moment, we're covering it, and we'll keep covering it because it's important. It'll be interesting to see what, I mean, next week is the Democratic Convention, so that I was going to cover that as well. Will the cameras stay live if it gets too crazy? I mean, you know, they should stay live if some rockets or missiles fall. Unless they hit the camera, they should stay live. Eventually, you know, what do you mean by get crazy? If there's a big war, who knows what happens? But I would have to anticipate that if there's an initial attack, they would stay live. And the April attack, camera stayed live. There's frequently rocket attacks. You know, so I mean, I can't anticipate what will eventually happen, but I would certainly expect. I don't think anyone's gonna intentionally shut them off if there's some initial attack. Hey, thanks to Robert Hubertus. It's a very important moment for the Middle East and the world, I think, what happens. So we'll have to just see what happens. Thank you, Robert Hubertus, for the gift membership. Gabriel is wondering if they would attack during the DNC. You know, I don't think, my guess is that whether or not to attack during the DNC is probably not high on their. It's not a high. It's not one of the chief considerations, I would say, for them. I don't think. But thank you, Gabriel Morrow. I appreciate that. It could happen then, though. There could be stuff happening. It could happen over multiple days. Did I thank Red Squirrel 82 and Candy Larson? I hope I did. If I didn't, I'm sorry. It's almost 5 a.m. Sam says it's a scary situation for sure. This was a story earlier today. This was a story. This was a story earlier today. This story right here. Oops, sorry. White House says Iran could launch a strike on Israel this week, confirms Israeli intelligence assessment. So that was earlier today. AP said the White House said Monday it shares the Israeli intelligence assessment that Iran could launch a strike on Israel as soon as this week. The national security spokesman John Kirby told reporters it is difficult to ascertain at this particular time if there's an attack by Iran or its proxies what it could look like, but said the U.S. and its allies were preparing for a significant set of attacks. The possibility of such an attack coming this week is a U.S. assessment as well as an Israeli assessment, Kirby said. Oops, sorry. Hang on, I just need to take 2 seconds here. Jim Sellers thinks Iran doesn't want the repercussions. Maybe it's taken them a long time to figure out what they want to do and plan it. Thanks to our subscriber, Mr. Moses Mike, by the way. Hold on a second here. It is almost 5 a.m. I wonder if it's just the first thing will happen in the daytime. I really do. I just don't know. I'm Darkfire says, I remember this wait with Gaza. By the end of day one, people wished it never happened. It's going to get bad. Robert says, why would they attack during daytime? I mean, I don't know that there's, I don't know all the reasons they might want to attack at day versus night. So I don't see why they couldn't. I don't know the various reasons for it. I mean, one reason to not attack during the day is that if you don't want collateral damage and you want less of a risk of hitting civilians who are walking around, that'd be a reason to attack at night. Maybe there's something with that the projectiles are harder to shoot down at night, although I'm not sure about that. I don't know. So they might think it makes more of a psychological impact to attack during the day. I don't know. Guys, it's just about 5 a.m. local time. Just about 5 a.m. Here you go. We are just about at 5 a.m. 5 a.m. local time. Yes, Mansura says there's still a bunch of time left, about 15 hours in Tisha B'Av. Thanks to our viewer, Dennis Britt. Hearing some birds. Thank you, Child of God. I'm not familiar with that source, Child of God. We'll see what happens. Child of God 74, thank you so much. I mean, there's been all these predictions about things. At this point, I don't know that anyone knows what's going to happen. There's been so many different predictions over the last over a week. Thank you so much, Child of God 74. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Fresh Apples. That's very kind of you. Fresh Apples. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Fresh Apples. We are hearing birds. I can tell you that we are hearing birds. That is definitely happening. There are birds. And thanks so much, Ghost Gallery, for the gift membership. Thank you, Ghost Gallery. Thank you. Cage Dalton says they are waiting for the perfect spot to make an impact. The Hezbollah commander got assassinated on July 30th, I believe, and I believe July 31st was the day that the Hamas political leader was assassinated in Iran. Hey, Joseph, it's very nice of you, Joseph. Joseph just gave 10 people memberships. Make sure you thank Joseph or whoever else gave you membership. So many gift memberships tonight. It's amazing. Thank you, Joseph. And also, again, Ghost Gallery. Ginger Spicy says, it is so nerve-wracking, I can't imagine how people in Israel are coping. Crazy Jorge thinks Iran's going to attack in December. Thanks for your kind words, Tina Cretes. Sandra Lee Harutantunian Trinity says, another night and another day is here. I'm thinking it's not going to happen. Charlie Polvino says they won't wait that long. I think Charlie's talking about December. Sam Bolambro says, it would have been too obvious on the nose for Iran to attack today. Probably never intended to, simply was a scare tactic. Yeah, I mean, look, they could attack today, but I don't know what their thinking is. If they're trying to do it at some time when people don't think it's going to happen, then maybe they would say let's not attack on the holiday. But I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make in terms of. I'm sure the Israeli military and the U.S. will be vigilant every single day. Jeffrey C. thinks it's going to be soon. Look, the head of Hamas of Hezbollah said a few days ago that the waiting was part of the punishment. I told you the Institute for the Study of War said that they believe Iran is waiting as part of their as part of like a psychological punishment on Israel. What I'm going to do is I just need 1 minute here. I'm going to disappear for 1 minute, and I'm coming right back in just 1 minute. Thanks for your patience. Somebody had asked before something like, how much warning will we have? I don't know. For all I know, you won't have much warning at all. If stuff is fired from right across the border in Lebanon, which is just north of Israel, it's right across the border from Israel. It shares a border with Israel. If Hezbollah launches stuff from Lebanon, you might have very little warning. Thank you, Marilyn Waldman, for giving 5 people membership. So nice of you, Marilyn Waldman. April was kind of odd because Iran launched a bunch of drones from, they launched drones and missiles, but the drones that they launched from Iran took hours to get to Israel. I remember we were covering it, and like we heard they launched stuff, and then it was like, oh well, these things will take hours to get there. And even cruise missiles can take a while. I don't know what the average speed of cruise missiles is, but long-range subsonic cruise missiles fly at 500 miles an hour, says Wikipedia, for example. I mean, but Iran is over 600 miles from Israel. So if you have a cruise missile and it's flying at 500 miles an hour and it's launched from Iran, it's going to take over an hour to get to Israel. So, big question is where will stuff be launched from? M-wise, the thing with the hostages, we actually covered that. That was months ago. There was an accidental shooting. There was an accidental shooting where Israeli forces didn't realize people were hostages and they shot them by accident. That was a number of months ago. That was in December, I believe, where 3 hostages got accidentally shot. They were in captivity, and then they had gotten free, and then they came upon Israeli soldiers who mistook them, which was terrible. I remember we were covering that. And the IDF acknowledged that they had made a mistake. Thank you, Amwise4. I appreciate it. You could, if you Google that, you'll find it. That was widely covered. And again, the IDF acknowledged it. It was a big. It was obviously a big tragedy in Israel, as you can imagine. Alex Canali says, here comes light. Yes, it is starting to get light out, guys. It's starting to get light out. Lou Green says, it's been very quiet again. Yeah, I mean, I think there was one rocket alert all night and we saw one flare, but not that much news came out tonight. Well, the first part of the stream, we were hearing different reports about what might happen, but say the second half of the night, not much news, and we weren't really like seeing much. Oh, and thanks Ronald Kane, who gave 5 people memberships. So many gift memberships. That's so awesome of you. Thank you, Ronald Kane, over there on YouTube. John Doris says, when the United States sends our military to these situations, it acts as deterrence. I think Iran is concerned about the U.S. presence, but who knows? Thank you, John, for writing in. I certainly think that's something that Iran would think about. Paul writes in and says, do you think, this was from earlier, do you think Israel are ready for the attack from Iran? You know, and then Paul asked about the new leader of Hamas. The new leader of Hamas is the person who, Yahya Sinwar, who was already the leader in Gaza and is believed to be hiding in Gaza somewhere, maybe in tunnels. So I don't, he was named the political leader too, but the previous political leader would do things like meet with other countries, representatives. That's not something Sinwar is going to do because he's in hiding. So they might have somebody else do they might have somebody else end up doing what Haniyeh was doing, but like the diplomacy stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't know to what extent Israel knows what's coming. Maybe they know perfectly well what's coming, and maybe they're not sure. I just do not know. Excessive Force says Sinwar never attended ceasefire negotiations. Now, he's been basically in hiding since the start, hasn't he? Since October 7th. Haniyeh was not in, he was in Qatar and Turkey. He was not in Gaza. Miss Annie says Sinwar will be next. He's certainly the highest up on the October 7th Israeli want list, target list. Hey, thank you, Alicia Alexander. Alicia says it's possible an alternative style of warfare like e-warfare could be played out. Maybe Iran will do something different than they did in April. Seems possible. Like a cyber attack or something. I have no idea, but they might try just doing something different than what they did in April. As you can see, it is getting light out, folks. It is getting light out. Second here. No, I don't keep the feeds up when I'm not on the air. It's not a, we're not like a footage channel. And, you know, if something is actively happening and I have to like get some sleep, then I might leave it up. But otherwise, I'm not going to leave the feed up. If something happens when I'm not on the air, then I can come on the air and do another stream. So I will, if stuff happens when I'm off the air and it's a big doings, I'll rush back on and get on the air. Zinkman says the cost of this war will be astronomical. Marty, it depends. How much warning Israel would get would depend on where they're fired from. From Iran, or from right next door in Lebanon is a big difference, for example. Also, ballistic missiles, I think, take about 10 minutes to get from Iran to Israel, whereas cruise missiles, I think, would take over an hour. Oh, so what we usually do is when it gets light out, that's when I end the stream. So we'll be ending the stream in a little bit because it's starting to get light out. But again, if something big happens, I'll come back on the air. By the way, thank you so much to Singh Saab from Canada. I really appreciate that, Singh Saab. Thank you. Yeah, by the way, yeah, if there's other big news at some point, we'll come on and cover that too. I mean, like we've been covering some news while we've been covering this, but if I'm off the air and something else big happens, I'll come back on. So subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. Turn on our notifications. We actually have our own notification system. So to help you, because like I don't know when breaking news is going to happen. So to help you not miss a stream, we have a free notification system we have set up. You sign up once and then you get sent a notification every time. It works great. It's really reliable. The mods can post the link to the notifications in the chat to sign up. You can find it in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook as well. But sign up for the free notifications. And at that link, you can also check out our free Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. And thanks to our Discord moderators, by the way. Also, speaking of moderators, if anyone is interested, we have a bit of a wait list on YouTube. But if you're watching on Facebook and Twitch, if you're watching on Facebook and Twitch and you're interested in being a moderator, then ask the moderators over there. And they can give you some more information on that. By the way, thanks to our subscriber, the Polar Cat. And thanks also on Twitch. And thanks, Big Chief Rick gave out 5 community subs on Twitch. Hey, thanks, Big Chief Rick. It's really nice of you. Also, AO subscribed on Twitch. Thank you. And thank you, Shy, for your support. Thank you, Shy, on YouTube. I mean, stuff could happen in 15 minutes. I don't know. At this point, stuff could happen at any time. So I'm going to basically, even when I'm not on the air, I'll be watching. And if I'm asleep, somebody will wake me up and I'll come on the air. Shout out to the mods again. I mean, they're always here and they're always in the chat and they're always keeping it civil and respectful for everyone. Huge shout out. Ruth Krafasi over there and Sabrina on YouTube, for example. Kinetic. All the mods we've had in and out on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Had a lot of mods on Twitch. Awesome. Da Bears, Good Luck Duck. I got that fire. Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and all the others. Charlotte Webb on Facebook. Ronald Egnor, Bud Green, thank you. Just checking to see if there's any more updates here. Barak Ravid says Secretary of State Blinken plans to leave for the Middle East on Tuesday night. He plans to visit Qatar, Egypt, and Israel to discuss the hostage deal. However, his visit still depends on whether Iran will attack Israel. If the attack occurs tomorrow, the visit may be postponed. A quick reminder to those who watch on YouTube that if you watch on YouTube and you want to turn on the notifications on YouTube, which I recommend, you need to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. You need to do this. You need to click this bell here and then choose all notifications. So do that to get the notifications on YouTube. I'm going to shout out a couple people. I'm going to shout out, well, first of all, I appreciate everybody who's been tuning in tonight. And I appreciate you watching the channel, and also thanks for sending me your news tips and your comments and questions. I very much appreciate that. Shout out to our Facebook subscribers. You're awesome. Thanks for your support, like Kristen McConnell Gates and Diane Allworth, Lou Green, Eve Richards, Susan Priest Buchner, Bryant Utpatel, Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Jane Summers. All of our Facebook subscribers, thank you. And our Twitch subscribers too, like Idaho Star, Shaggy, Wall Street, Mahjong Lady, Flaps 15, Jack's Animals, Jackson 22, The Polar Cat, Parker War, Cornhusker, thank you for subscribing, Ann Corvin 82, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. New Dragons, thank you. E is for Evil. And all of our other subscribers over there. I got to thank our YouTube members too. Thanking the YouTube members after tonight might take 8 hours, because so many people gave gift memberships tonight. It was really nice of you guys. I'll shout out some of our YouTube members, like PZ Wheats and Marin Gobra and John Flick, and Marissa Pugliese and Harper Ann and Sarah and Big Sky, Ron Dykman. Should I make the Tel Aviv shot bigger? Do you want to see a bigger Tel Aviv shot? Yeah, I'll switch them up. I'll switch them up. Then I put that there, and then I put this here. There you go. Sean Savoy, our member. Thanks for being a member. Marissa Pugliese, Varia, Mythical, Joyce McLean, Pops1, Dog Boone. We did a few polls. We'll do some more tomorrow. William Cromer, Zinkman, Taylor, Jim Lil, Robert Hubertus, our members, NY Committee, Jackball TV, Susie Irish, Miss Annie, Praise the Oak, Ghost Contact Paranormal. SNN Dawn 63, Danny G. Winding Road, Moonbeam. Kelly McAlien. Thanks for being members. Ghost Contact Paranormal. Scribe Light, Sandy Bollinger. Excuse me. 62 Midnight, Dolores Wilson. Dawn 63, Darky 7. Taylor, thanks for being members. Varya. William Cromer. KM Alabama RTR. All of our other members too. TK as well. Regina. And our new member Tina Elaine, thank you. Thanks so much for your support of the channel. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist, who allow me to buy footage and all that. So I appreciate you guys supporting the channel and letting this channel be a thing. And if you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but much appreciated. Thanks, Jose Lopez, for watching over there on Facebook. And Cami Duda. And Winding Road. And Jason 044. Matt Leslie says the 14th is looming. Well, it is the 13th today. It's early on the 13th. And look, if I go off the air and something happens 5 minutes later, I'll just come right back on the air. Big Chief Rick says that looks beautiful. It's a nice sunrise shots here. Thanks, Nana of 9 Munchkins, for watching. And Krivinakurvkova. Charlie, it's possible that the cameras could be hit if there are, you know, drones or missiles, but odds are they won't, because it's just, you know, they're a very small percentage of the space that could get hit, but you never know. I don't think they'd be targeted for any reason. You have to, you know, you have to figure out where they were, but I don't think that's a big concern of Iran. Thanks to our member Ants the Man. And Doug Thomas, thanks for your kind words. And RP64. Oh, the era? Yeah, I do think that the... Ooh, you know what? I didn't realize. I'm sorry. This got messed up here. The Israel-Lebanon border could be certainly an area because Hezbollah is expected to attack, and they're in Lebanon. And Tel Aviv certainly could be some place where Israel, where if there's an attack that some stuff is fired at. I don't know for sure. I mean, I don't have cameras of every city. Some days I have a Haifa camera. I didn't have a Haifa camera today. I had a Jerusalem one. So I just have to use the ones I have. It's possible that other ones would pop up too, so. Jeff Oren says it's a huge world event that could affect many humans in differing countries in many ways. I agree with you. Thank you so much, Jeff Oren. I appreciate that. Hey, wow, Marty, that's very kind of you, Marty Hagwood. Marty, that's very generous of you. Thanks for all your support, Marty Hagwood. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Jim S. Thanks so much, Jim S., for your support. Very nice of you, Jim S. Thank you. Nice sunrise shots there of Tel Aviv and the Israel-Lebanon border. You know, the Institute for the Study of War just came out, I think, with their Iran update. I'll just see if there's anything I want to mention from this. We can also talk about it the next stream. But the Institute for the Study of War says, just so you can see here, Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. I'll post a link to this in the chat. They say that U.S. and Israeli officials have warned that Iran will likely conduct a large-scale coordinated attack targeting Israel in the days ahead. These statements are consistent with our ongoing assessment that Iran and its axis of resistance will most likely conduct a coordinated, large-scale drone and missile attack on Israel in response to Israel killing senior axis of resistance leaders, including Ismail Haniyeh, in recent weeks. I think that's the only thing I'm going to mention for the moment. But I will post a link to that update. I really like that site, Institute for the Study of War. I'll post a link to the article. They're also at the Study of War on X. Yes, the videos are live. Videos are live. Oh. Gonna try to get some sleep tonight. Well, we'll see. If there's big stuff that happens, I'll come back on the air. We'll have to see what happens. Give it a couple more minutes so you guys can see the sunrise a little more. Ghoul says so much. So hopefully, no attack ever comes. That would be the best case, but I'm not too optimistic for that. Yes, no Bill Clinton. I will get some sleep. Linda A. Delaney Norman says, what a beautiful sunrise. By the way, I believe the Elon Musk-Trump conversation is still going on. I think it's still going on. You can go to the X space for that. Hey, thanks to Back to Basics. Thank you, Back to Basics, for your support. I very much appreciate that. James H. thinks something will happen tonight. Oh, wow. Thanks also to Rock Canada 999, who gave out 10 subs on Twitch. To Il Milanista, Crispy When Wet, Gerangio, Frylock, Penalty Box Gaming, Uller Uprising, Lord Powder, Wizard Harry TV, Isu, and the Ravenous. I'm going to say the Ravenous Bee. That's what I'll say. Thank you for that, Rock Canada. And Jane and Wheezy, thanks. Jane and Wheezy and Who Shot JR, thanks for your support on Twitch as well. And Idaho Star, thanks for subscribing. Our moderator, Idaho Star. All right, guys, I think we're getting to that time. So, again, I very much appreciate you being here for the stream and watching, and really appreciate our moderators too. And we will keep reporting and seeing what happens, and if there's something that is big that's going on with this or some other story when I'm off the air, I'll come on and do another live stream. There's no restrictions on me doing another live stream. So, follow me on X. When I'm not on the air, I will post on my X account updates about news stuff. That's where I cover breaking news on X, @Lookner. I will post this link in the chat, but it's @Lookner on X. You can follow me there, and I will post updates. You can follow Agenda Free TV on X at Agenda Free TV. I post programming updates there. All right, I am going to get some rest. But again, if there's something big that happens in 15 minutes or whatever, I'll just come right back on the air and do another live stream. So again, thank you so much for joining our coverage tonight of what's going on with Iran and Israel in the Middle East. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.